Iwan, magam dit man apak si jeti tueto. Dina manum seta. Ewa ini keme ye tak piano. My next also has este nana. Go friend. Esta pega vasco. The Shasman needs quite one. That way, you come out on my neck boats and go friend. No, I really want to take me to a can squat. At least some stuck a meat. I not that with 3 hours in Pagasta and then the next. Greta. Some you know not that. I see no idea why a week. Hita stanter kuyagan. That's a come on. Nahan to it. The rest of them. Seva. Oh, yeah. I was a much kind. More than more than no jango. She saw. They got which good. That's what most organ and mental and I mean so much. My neck bone on. Fixing oil. That's the way. God got a new boat. Cut me up got the new boat, just like an Kuma woman. And then his boat skip. I came on and taken off and said, take the hook man on up there. Don't you about this what happened? Everyone on it, like the odds. Like the odds. That's a true story. I'm not lying. Yeah, well, I mean, so going on with the left, which was 7 and so I thought to myself, I'm going to go see that. Me just now. When you're there, when you if this was part of my big youth, the one man on the left, which got this in plain man on sheet. Why we she said that time a church, I can't man. They went sure. Frame chin living a steering wheel and I thought to my own 6 months. Sure. Okay, stop the other got train on. Let's see that. Let's see that. If you can off my get that limit to us, that place that you was good this. One chin sauce was full get to now. I met one million naga. When then Maya and I didn't put them. We ain't sure. That's the guy. Why? Got to Tapi so couldn't get to know and I got to know you, not train. I don't know. I'll hold them off. Now let's come along. My country keep it 10 on me up there. God said they'll figure out. Le motion, pas non. Je vois vraiment que c'est oui. Et moi, ma mère était là, ma mère, et puis, hop, ma mère était ma petite pour les gens. C'est grave. Parce que quand c'est que j'ai pas de ça. Voilà. Que double pneumonia, I got cinema. Hospital if they'll play the hand. Some child gets so scared. I've been finger. South of north of Rocky Mountain, some of my spotna and extra. Extra, Passoir, Mescana, Magan so it by night. They give on inside of the tunnel. They want to play, they want to play my one hand. Nyt päättäjät noksili aleva. Kvensko. Ja tahtoikaa paskaa. Mulla kiva meskan alka. Kun on meskan aikaisin kuusi. Vainotsivat niin syöpaineet siitä. Ja kahteen. Mä kriittäis on 2 lepää. Minäkin. Nää taas. Ja voi mennä driveway out. Ja vanne. Cuma skarnet ja skan gannet. Ja nää taas. Ja luotaan tema tao. No muuta kaikki. Ja tässä ennettiin tappi annetteessa ne vaan skandani ja ahastuu. Kimaskaan. Tämä ne saa tähän kesman. Tämä näyttäisi tässä taksskritmanen nää taas. Tässä pettää kanssa. Ja tahtoi, että saa katsoa aikammin. Koppmekes vasko. Mä treffein niin mittos taas kutsikin niin mittos. Tää on tekee. Ne palmot kivoja maiskaan.
Hey, that's a good story, and if you interpret it, it doesn't have the same effect, unless you're a good interpreter like my friend over here. So maybe you can go ahead and get a headset from him, and he's doing some interpreting. Manto, stam, piazza Mostona. Stand by, Clarence. Stami nota, sei kaika sama skin one.
No, hon just snart till morgonen. Säg till mig. Det är 500 på här. Och man ska det någon dag i veckan här. Ja. Jag tror att jag säger något precis. Ja, vi är det står snigor ja. Vi såg snigor och det där på och såna Oh, veo, tiene spionaggio, oh, ma io vedo, sì, no, ma ti dai tantate. Ma io non so ma detto, non ti vedo, ti so piano, io sto scimino. Ma non ti vedo, questo in, oh, sì. Tämä on ottavia. Odotan se oikein pataa ja vanha kuki on kukostanut ja sitten on muikia. Niin on Visko voi saada siinä. Visko ja käsi annotaan. Ei tuokaan ja mä annoin ja. En tiedä persi mitä voitiin. Skiipemään mutta haluaisin. Muita voi se, että on skini voi muita voi se, että skini tekee. Tämä on oikein ksenissä, joo sikä, että ksenissä. Joo, ei niissä oikein, mutta ksenissä, mitä asioita. Mutta piskoista muuja, nyt oli tiedon pöydässä. Skiipemään sotakin. Mutta yhtä muuta se, nenä monta. Tämä voi, mutta kohtaa neuvasti, mutta ei tämä ole siinä isä. Tämä on itse harrastus, se on tämä naapurissa. Sitten ei tiedä, joo, on joo. Ei, se sai nämä näyttää. Mohti olla seinä. Sai nämä näniä ja otohtia. You white people, you always come here to try and take away our land. Take our land. We don't have to do that. Another thing I'm going to tell you. Hey. That's not the one. The 3 are Indian Jewish people. Who's this guy? That's the one that gives us welfare. Oh. Hey, we like you white people coming around here. You come every day to visit us. Come around over here. Story.
you. I'll interpret that one. I noticed Kelsey wasn't wearing the interpretation device. This old man and old lady was saying they were together for a long time. And they had real tall and handsome looking sons. And he said one of them was kind of short and scrawny and funny looking, like me, he said. So finally, when they were all finished growing, one day he was kind of suspicious. So one day he went to his old lady and said, well, we've been together a long time. Children are finished growing. It's okay if you tell me that little one there, that's not my son, is it? She said, well, to tell you the truth, that little one is your son, and those big handsome ones, they're not yours. Kind of like along the lines of Joe Buto. Oh, Clarence, kaya ka sa maskin ba? I don't know if there's a prize for this. I'll leave it up to Vern, but
that's okay. When you get to skin there, yes, it's a go. Yeah, they go lots of more, yeah. The Chinese, Dominic is here. They go, used to learn actually sweating on Catholic church out there. They go, man, there, you pay me a midnight mass. They go, man, put the money, we are going to stick it in moose milk. They go, man, I know that, what's the scene, any. And no disrespect, Dominic on, and they didn't believe that priest. That's the year, we got all email. Then PA mouth take them. They go me pay me hago. To tell they go met Kagio. Moose no got the Gutsta. Magote Musate Sigi moving. They would them one justice, a single woman bring that homebrew. About the other then Sagaki so up there over. The woman I mean, oh, kind of hard chick. Dominic, my native. Masculine game, I think I mean, or more tapper. I do eat I mean, or don't say we got Dominic, Papi, Ski, to you. And start with me now, Dominic, woman, it's in the way better. Dominic, Pama, me, way so. Ah, wow, what's the thing? Dominic Pangat's kind of okay, so what's the Pangatas? Ego tayo, hindi tayo lukchupin yan. Presidential school, and this hope, I know, it's somebody wake it in hat, again hat, again hat. Romans to a basic, I know spoke. It was up sheet. If similar, they took you, split you. They were St. Peter, but he's got there. If you may get a more to Nisto, hey, me hide. Get out there, not to a man, you to the lake. They were almost once to two. Near money, you know, they met on bingo. And it's got them. Bingo, they met to it. Sneak it or sit off. They go to go. Near my slots when you get a torrent. They must got them. Never they told me they saw slots. They go on store and also when I do so and had the white feet. You got them. Then she got you up straight. You want to see Peter, what tell me, then by my hat sit, nay, you my TV joke, pops the one, you went to the butt sit. You go, so. St. Peter, I can't do that. I go, why not? Willard Harper's still alive. I go, my good friend, mom's friend, all wrong, very honest. Oh my God, so don't we got my advocate, that's my gun. Tukuta pero sputan, kiven totan. Spinner. See Peter on, be the way got the Martin off Marley. Grandfather Fox, Trimsta. You ma watch small and what the line to. Spin Kagias skin, so hit this one minute to. The 1 year, Matesian, be small and off ma, and off party, small and Mate, then the hero. More, the other, I guess about the challenge. Ron Lehman. Ite vana pismo vana ronta. Ite na west kaito. Tulen paiges dege roteito. Io te la mo pai o te ne pismo vana pai ya
No, it's spoken muy chigano Cuidado. How we have contact. Astam. Stay safe. Max, stand by.
Good afternoon. Hiya. I saw Guinea so I am. And stop. Else the trouble. Was I see no get so the piece he so skinny and stop picture. Ni so go try me to chico over we start so. Kada de o tin pa yo. Skito te chico man and the skate. Eu kada de hey spike. Ko try me to chico ke nak skuta to ni gan. Ha chimok. Kuta kawa we to ama question not. Kepe te chi start no. Keep quiet. Eu we chimok se. Yeah, that way. Interessa queste è faminat e io te namat manis quatem e tu tamat ki quay e mamin men tapta usingonato mga so paisinik hasko chema e mamin napito swi hunen miat quande tanan meu con honey face es a chica that honey face. Kada se mau sabu bai. Asa minekta naskutatuk. Kapetan stamu teito huista so. Epe wicho skoi ta puedo de pesagin skena. Askepe abaskit na tepe kito tachi ko cho ko chisu kok. Ego hom te dai so mano chu amo ho cho chu am to go wista so be. Kawin na nuet to ito. Tapos penax kamuta hey we chumusa. Oh, here's my girlfriend. Contesi. Kotesana. There's a tamskan. Eu vou tinha uma amo mei wagons.
It's 1:05. We still got a few minutes here. I know some people are still eating, but in a few minutes here, Sagas school treaty walkers are going to be arriving, probably in about 10 or 15 minutes. And Dwayne Chokin is going to be introducing them when they get here, so we'll make time for that. Okay. It's not only men that can tell stories. When I was working at Treaty Governance, some of the elders there, elder ladies, boy, they had some good ones too.
Okay, saya ni saya uskini ko ke machi pai ke kaya machi ke kaya ekta amma ya pas vamos to some buffalo e pa bison. You know, you probably wonder how those words came to be. So they went hunting for buffalo. and they went to a buffalo jump. How then yang nipo ne ba kiete kape saho kape dance they fall over the edge there. That is the kape no sits ko buffalo. That is an warrior na pet. Itama tan ne te ka nipo bison. Yeah, bison.
Good one. I want to tell you a true story, Nisa. Rocky boy, he tapa wage he pega. The what pega na around corner. On tini ni doses. Si saya kita tu lagi swigi. Uti ni puini na ho saya. Isco. Osisco. Why kusir? Swigi tuti boy soma. Muitan to saya ma ats posagoya. Why kusisa? Uste san haya best man in posamago. Why kusir? I mean no isaw haya. Swigi tayo. The words the end Isaiah and Matthew. You may now kiss the bride. Kay dati sa. Oh, tinanipo. Aron ko, tinanipo. Asam mi sa right, you may now kiss the bride. Ewana, kotagan usti sa isa. Ow, coachy, man. Os yo team kay. The way working in the use is getting. Okay, we still have some time. So those of you that came and shared a story, come and pick up Kapino Sonamaso Igota. Come the money from Albert, I tell you, you don't deserve one kiosk in there. Thanks to treaty governance. Oh, we still have time. Oh, we have to. How sweet. Okay, woman too. And apologize, I didn't interpret all those jokes. Sometimes you lose the effect when you try to say it in English. All right, we have one more of that.
Oh, thank you, Tatamskana. Oh, now they'll go again, but they'll go to they're going to get over. They're going to go to Bush City. They're going to get here to meet the Roma. And talk shame of good Sabata, good Sinti. Now, what's that detail? They, my person, I don't wish each again. But here go out the mama was called Sabatama, Usia. They were more not the radio data or no much. Got which my papa, that's my army to the meta. There ski gun if you don't tanto. Never taken no after house, mix what was going. Как story mountain goes to Scotch. maar kwets mami na po papa we hon ewa no smage ba bugao ya wihon isi tamas ke ka kwechma eta kwenchuma kweshumes wita manuma keta yoksita eh kitami leva ka kwechma wihon na bugao ya yoksita muy tamako wa tara kita skrivo Uma no love at first sight kait. They ki wete ba tam ta ge tam. They so they go we all ke te ke pa pe wa chimo ma te ke sna te touch is pai. Dio mas na yo manu gos tansi tu tansi te is pai otro. Ego te no tanto na skoma so sweet go. Tungo is gatto tanto. Tungo es ni da vos cosa ni da no so scat tagasco. Aha. Magatan su papa o shiga suiwa. Ui tamago. Umama maga. Ui tamago. Ye to atima che sina tiene sisi che shiga su tanani. Aha to. Ui tamago ne che tami nam tanse shiga su. Ye se ui tamago. Sì, no, guarda. Guarda, detto, chi si insa guarda. Ma kai gas po me kai aga me muso squat. Dice kaut sko. Uite va da maschige portan. Devo termina per un capo in scomato. Devo tanto mi vuoi sa poi stava in ma. Che coach mami no papa we hon. Ugave yamina we hon. Devo ta coach mama tesa. As soon as he swears on the Bible, tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God get out from. Now, that's my. Kita me no ga coach mama we hon. Okay, so now you know go is the money me. Jadi kita masih lah, hasil ni lagi tak. Moi go man skisin. Actually, kita kita mago we hon. Kita sini no me tengo. Evo viento no, porque das seguimos tremendo. Papa, tanto que es juego de gamas que. So skat ni tam tarak sko, skat, yo so skat na pega sin tare mat. Te van ego ten ni skato. Tanto mago papa si va suyo. Video. Mama, video. It's Kima, which amount you mean, Anna. Tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Hi, go. Hi, Kitama, Kansuma, Kitama, Maui, one. Kitama, Kitama, the gets not one. There, Sassy, Kitama. Hey, what's this stuff? We mean, the home is Poyota. Kimisa, Nago, tell me now. More, give me a Poyo, tell on me, go. Qua hôm nay tao này có họ xin nghỉ có mà rồi rồi quét mà đó mà cái chỗ mấy mà cái gì chứ cái mà nó mà bác sĩ mấy cái mà bác sĩ này đó bắt là mấy cái mà cái chỗ đó nó thế cái gan em đâu có cái gì cái chỗ đó cái mấy cái gan đâu có cái gì đó mà cái gì chứ cái mà nó mấy cái vậy se ska nada soto na sino mono chas mi neva na borta ya taita
How Piet Pino sono masota. Okay, Hakigachi the Hofte Oge treaty walkers. Say, oh, they're here. Oh, one more. Okay, come on up.
Kanis, Kanis now, kapunta ko sa niya, Alberta, Reno, Arkansas, 2000. I just wanted to tell a story about my late dad. I'm going to talk in English so everybody will understand because you hear on these stuff. Kaya sa kagiyama at kumano like senta mama and papa and yatsamot and anyway this man long time ago he lost his check during the paper in those days and they asked him, "Kigoyman, ito naman, what are you looking for?" "My check. I'm looking for my check. Skin. I can't find it." I say, "Oh, can you come out now? They said, you know how much it is?" He wanted to know how much it is, 1,000 or something like that. How much was it? How big was it? "Oh, about this much." Sorry.
Oh, here. Along the same lines, I'll share with you a story. I'll say it in English. Well, I guess one time this young man was wondering how his parents met one another and what their story was. He said, "Well, when I was young," he said, "I really wanted this beautiful woman. So I went to see a person that able to help people out." He said, "So he gave me some medicine." He said, "We went to a powwow. I made sure that I was going to be sitting where that young lady was in that area." He said, "So I waited for my chance, and she was walking by there, and I threw that medicine." He said, "Right about that time, your mom came in between." He said, "That's how we met." Okay, Vern, how much longer for the Treaty Walkers? You got? Okay, there's still coming. So we broke almost an hour ago. So maybe what we'll do is we'll go ahead and get started with our afternoon agenda. And when they come, we'll make time for them. Okay? Is that okay? Okay. All right. And that okay. So with that, did everybody enjoy their lunch? And thank you to the cooks. Yeah, my niece Denise and her crew, they cooked the lunch for us. So let's give them another big round of applause. So they're just a few minutes out here. So I'm going to ask, we'll reconvene our afternoon agenda. And I'll ask Sharon to come up. Sharon, are you within the sound of my voice? We're going to be talking about the health legislation and other laws update. I don't know if Sharon is going to do this herself or if some of the other legal people here are going to help her out. But we'll turn it over to Sharon and we'll let her get started. And as soon as the Treaty Walkers get here, we'll take a break and we'll recognize them.
Okay, good afternoon. I'll talk fast. So Canada has been talking about legislating the treaty right to health. They're calling it health transformational legislation. And so when you put something like health legislation, treaty right to health into a federal government legislation, you no longer have a treaty right to health. That becomes something under government of Canada, which allows them to repeal it the next day, they can amend it, they can do anything they want with it. And we have been people in Treaty 6 have been really opposing this because of the medicine chest clause in the treaty. And we filed an action at the United Nations the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination 2 years ago when Canada was planning to introduce this legislation. And so we filed in what we call an urgent action at the United Nations saying that this legislation is done without our free, prior, and informed consent. We do not want legislation related to our treaty right to health, and that Canada has no right to change the treaty because of what Lord Denning said in the Indian Association case in 1982, that no parliament can change our rights. So we filed this urgent action at the United Nations, and what Canada did is they stepped back and they didn't introduce the legislation in 2021, which is what they had planned. And then they said they're going to introduce it in 2022, which they didn't, and we continue to pursue it at the United Nations, saying that Canada is not engaging our peoples, they're not talking to us because we're the rights holders. So we've been updating the committee in Geneva about what's going on in Canada, and I was just there in August to give them another update. Because what Canada is doing is they're talking to everybody else. They're talking to doctors, they're talking to nurses, they're talking to physiotherapists, psychiatrists, anybody, quote unquote, that has anything to do with health. The Métis, the Inuits, everybody, BC Indians, who have already given up their treaty right, because they never had a treaty right, but they gave up their health right by coming into the province in British Columbia. They've been talking to everybody except Treaty 6 peoples. Pardon? And they're also now talking about pharmacare. That's another issue related to health. So what happened is that when I was in Geneva in August, we wrote a letter of update to the members of the committee, and the chief signed on to this letter. Rather than because we already have an urgent action, we can only update the members. So we updated them on what Canada has been doing, sort of behind our backs in a way, but not engaging our nations. And so what Canada told the committee, because they're really sensitive to this, Canada I'm talking about, Canada said that they have been engaging our nations. And I said, no, they haven't been engaging our nations. What they've been doing is talking to everybody else except our people. And they're trying to build up a group of people against our people. And those, they're sort of like what Tamara talked about earlier, manufacturing consent, which is that's a process where they gather everybody, as many people as they can together and to work on legislation. And so when we were at the Treaties 1 to 11 meeting, we heard from Derek Nepenak, who's not even a chief from Treaty 6, but a chief from, I think, Treaty 5. He says he's on the drafting group on this health legislation. But what right do they have to sit at a table to draft something that relates directly to our treaty right? So this is what's been going on, and so we filed this complaint at CERD, and so we have that's an ongoing complaint against this proposed legislation. Canada tells people in Treaty 6 area there is no legislation drafted, which is not true because Nepanak said at the meeting at Treaties 1 to 11 meeting in Winnipeg that he's been working on the drafting group. And now, last week, on the 30th of August, Canada has released the document that says this is what the template or what's going to be included in the legislation. So that document is already out. It's out there now. It's a confidential document. And I think that, you have a copy of it? Did you make a lot of copies? Okay, if you gave Janice your email, then we'll be able to email you that document. But basically what it does is it brings our treaty right to health into Canadian domestic legislation. So that's one thing. The other thing that's happened is the passage of the legislation related to the dental plan for children under 5. Children under 5 years old, the government sends out checks to everybody. If you have a child under 5, you get $300 or something like that, or $600. I can't remember what the amount is. But that undermines our treaty right to health and our right to dental. So the parents were the ones that got the money. So I don't know if people realize that when you cash a check, you agree that this is what the monies are for. And then now they're pushing this. They're going to pass legislation on pharmacare, which is pharmacy medicines, so that everybody across Canada will be accessing the same level of medicines. Which means, you know how that works. You know how Canada says, okay, well, you had a treaty right to medicines, but now it's on a non-insured medical list. I keep saying there's no such thing as a non-insured medicine. We have a treaty right to medicine. We have to really push that. So that legislation process is ongoing. So what Canada is doing in the health area is they're nibbling away at pieces around the treaty right to health, and they're putting in place little pieces of it. The other thing that Canada has, and they introduced it on the 21st of June 2023, is that they're going to recognize Métis governments in Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Ontario. And Métis governments are going to have a right to make treaties with Canada. They're going to have a right to government. All of this discussion with them is without the discussion about the land. And in Alberta, what they've done is the Métis Nation of Alberta has passed a constitution and saying that all the lands within Alberta are identified within the Métis Constitution as being part of the Métis process. And so this legislation was introduced on the 21st of June 2023. The same day they released the action plan, they introduced this legislation. So that's something we have to really, talk about it. And then the other piece of legislation is they're talking about introducing a more expansive water legislation, trying to get control of the water. And when it's not we didn't give up our water in the treaty, but Canada created, with the help of AFN, a national water office in Winnipeg, which is, they never talked to us about it. There's a national water office in Winnipeg now that's being funded by the federal government, staffed by the federal people. They're making decisions about water. And just recently, the Calgary went into a thing where because now the glaciers are melting, Calgary had to go on a water, they had to start rationing water because the glaciers are melting, so the water is not coming from there anymore. So that they had to ration that. So there's that legislation. The other legislation that we should be really concerned about is how they're going to start creating parks in the river valleys. One of them, they were trying to create one in Edmonton, is a national park within Edmonton, but along the river valleys, which means that we would lose our access to the river valleys if you look at what happened on other national parks across the country. The other thing that they're talking about, and they've already apparently drafted, is legislation on policing. So they're going to put in place legislation which would allow provincial police forces to have jurisdiction in our reserved lands. And this is really dangerous because we have never agreed that we had policing under our treaty. We've never agreed to give it up, but then allow the provinces to come into our territories. Like in Alberta, they created, about 3 years ago, they created what they call RAPID, Rural Alberta Police Initiative Directive, which would allow provincial police people, like, or officers like Fish and Wildlife, road inspectors, vehicle inspectors, all these sort of stuff, to come into the reserves without the consent of the chief and council. And they would come in, and Treaty 6 pushed back, and NADU said that, okay, rapid would not be used in Treaty 6 area in Alberta at all. I don't know what they did in Treaty 7 or Treaty 8, but I know in Treaty 6 it doesn't apply. But I don't know what they did in Treaty 8 or 7. And that really is, they're now encroaching through the legislation. Their provincial legislation now is going to be, and in Alberta, they're talking about a provincial police force. I believe they're also talking about a provincial police force in Saskatchewan, and they're also having Ontario, the Ontario Provincial Police. But there's also the First Nations policing force in Ontario. But if you look at the Survey to Quebec or other police forces, this is not a good part. This is not a good thing for our people, and it undermines the treaty right. So these are some of the big pieces of legislation. And I should tell you, AFN is definitely a First Nation, is behind all of these initiatives. There's people within the AFN drafting the policing legislation. There are people drafting this health legislation within the AFN. There are people working in there on the water legislation. There are people who are supposed to be protecting our rights, but are actually working hand in hand with the government of Canada to implement all this legislation. So when you try to go before the standing committees, you cannot get before the standing committees to voice your concerns because AFN has blocked off all of the spots as to who could speak there. And it's very difficult to get people onto the speaking agenda. Like I've gone into these committee or to the clerks and raised hell about allowing the chiefs to even make a presentation, and has caused you have to cause a lot of chaos. You have to yell at a lot of people to get the chiefs even to have a voice inside a committee, and then they'll give you 5 minutes or whatever time. But they don't want to hear it. They don't want it on the table that you were against it. So we might have to start a letter writing campaign that go to the clerks and demand that our objections be put on in the record. So in the future, our future generations will know that we did not agree to what they're doing here. So that's a thing that we could look at over here. Sorry, I'm blind on my left eye, so I don't see anything over there, so excuse me. Sorry.
I thank you, Sharon. We'll carry on after this part here. So I'm going to ask this young man, Napio, some. Iwi pik skot ko ya, we have to hire ka we pik we. Aho, di gani saya iwi haya ngamusta ma se kapit we smot. Aho.
Hi, I'm called Chief. En naast me tayo, ano tayo tayo kawasan. Pinugaya sama ko kang butsa. Ibu me pag sama ako maya, ang sumaya. So sigaw na, okay, itasig. I'd like to say it's an honor to be here. Thanks to the chief, my uncle, slash our elder, Mr. Fox, for opening our journey over there with prayer for us to get here safely, and along with our security system. And I was got there, Mr. Chokin and Mr. McKay. The reason why we're doing this is to try and educate our students. There's more than just talk. I'm a strong believer in action. And what I mean by that is a spiritual aspect. Why I say that is I learned this through all our elders. And one person that I want to mention, he left us probably I think in February, Mr. Paul George. Paul George has been very instrumental in my journey in understanding the treaty aspect. He used to tell me, Fred, if you're going to talk about treaties, make sure you understand the day before treaty. If you understand the day before treaty, it will make sense, which is a spiritual aspect. And again, like the chief and our elders in Onion Lake have really played a big factor in that part. So what we're trying to instill in our students is who they are, not just nihil, but the spiritual aspect, the four components of a balanced life: mental, emotional, spiritual, and the physical aspect. So today, I'd like to congratulate all our students, I guess, from Saka schools, because they came here on a Saturday to come and support what Onion Lake's all about, what NAHIO is all about, which is treaty. Without treaty, it just diminishes who we are as a NAHIO. And I always say that. I've been in the system since 94, and I really learned a lot in the both sides. The Muniao side, no disrespect, and the NAHIO side. And the NAHIO side, to make it stronger, is a spiritual aspect, and I see that. But this walk, like I said, I spoke to the students as we were coming here, why we're doing this walk. We're doing this walk for you, because we were trying to instill the treaties years. But for that to happen, the spiritual aspect must be strong. And the endurance that they went through from Saga Scoops to here, that's about, about 20 clicks at least. And it showed me a lot that they're eager and willing to learn more. And they did, like I said, they did a super job. And this is going to be an annual thing. And you're probably wondering why we have 6 Eagle staffs. 1 Eagle staff represents 1 school. The 6th one represents central office. In Onion Lake, thanks to leadership, that we have 5 schools in total, and we're in the process of 1 more. But again, all the things we do in education is for the child. I always say that as a principal, teacher, and a director. Why are we here is for that child. Child's number 1, that's why they're standing in front of us. They want to learn more. And for that to happen, we have to educate them. And again, on behalf of education, Nanaskuman. But before I conclude, I want to get them to say who they are. And not only that, I have one student that wants to say a few words. Him and I have the same name, which is Napil.
I'm Malaya Lewis, and I'm grade 10.
I'm Jade Cook, and I'm grade 11.
Shasha McKay, Escopus. Keegan Rabiskin, grade 12. Jerome Saga Scooch, grade 11. Cordell Seagar Scooch, grade 12.
Napil Colin Bull, grade 12.
Hi. Let's give him a round of applause.
I'll not be on some, but I'll say a few words.
That's it. I'm grateful to be here, to be a part of this walk. I'm hoping as the years go on, more and more students participate in this walk each year. As new grade 9s come each year, I want them to be a part of this experience. All the boys in grade 9 starting to be in the Scottville's. And without treaties, sort of having trouble speaking, it's hard. But being a little too hot, so
Hi, thank you very much. We appreciate that, and I believe they're probably gonna place Wapahana Nando. That's it. I'm gonna ask Ogamal Lewis to come again. I believe there's one thing more that you wanted to do. Okay. Hey, thank you so much. Skayak, tatamihinan, ifus, ukti samoya kakio, iki soma stamatona, mi sige onoma. And I know you all understand me. Just kidding. But just letting you know how much we appreciate your walking for us, for all of us, because of treaties and treaty number 6. We really appreciate that. So wherever, okay, so we'll let them go ahead and put the Eagle staff over here. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna depend on the singers to sing us a victory song. Okay, we have some Scotty too, Scott. They're gonna go around and shake people's hands and thank you, singers. Hey, and the victory is we're still here. Our young people, they had a youth conference in earlier this year, and that was a theme. We are still here, and that in itself is a victory. Thank you very much.
There's no agenda. We're following the poster.
Oh, yeah. And ask them what he says. Hey, guys. Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Nato. はいはい。はいはいはい。
We're gonna take a bit of a break from our agenda here, the agenda that I read before you. I'm gonna ask the spokesperson interim from Treaties 1 to 11, Eric Tatusis, to come up, and thank you, Eric, for the prayer you said for the youth. Stump, Yatmo Stone on, you only have an hour. So, just joking. But he's going to take a few minutes and maybe share with us some of what he's doing, and at the same time, the kind of work that is facing us in the treaty work that we do. How is this, Master? Okay, you gotta turn it on. Okay, Eric Tatusis.
Okay. Good afternoon. Anto Temti. Kakyo tatamskrat na wow. Nanas ko muna muda seminar. Tapsi gak may sitse. E nanas ko tabetan sige mo sumpan no. We all gitsi. Naspitas tamawa. Ukta kya no gitsi. Ano summa kaya kita tayo tayo. Kaya siya nanas ko mo ya. Kaya siya tapo kaya tama. Nampana mo sa mga ugagis mo. Nanas ko taman nista. Ewa. Ginuisi sa vanistong utang lagi natigaw yan mo tutong mo sa iswa Negipe na natigaw yan Ustapiosan Epo mina seremonia amina Egi sila ko ikaw yan hemunta Egi soem glam Saya egi kagi semut Kakamay mo to también kung umagitsigi ba kaya na siya. Isa mo tapi ba ya. Yusi ko ba na mo the movement. Amon samnete. Evni mo ke treaties 1 to 11. Ewi mau chito check. Mamun's coming out to was 1921. Eputepe kita buat moha. Egi tamatan epute ukimau. Tan say taswat ko ya pumagiano 1920. Tan si Indian Act egi atas chigate. Eba that's again no every Tutabuya Upanamba must be legislation. If say Tabue Upanugimau, they use a traditional way of gathering people in 1921 or by sending runners. A runner from here and a runner there and a runner here. So first thing you know it was well heard of. And a delegation was sent to PC Poland in 1921. And that's the first time Treaties 1 to 11, Treaty 6 ever heard of Canadian legislation. How it was implemented in 1876. To be not well said, it was well said here this morning
a genocide document. And yes, it was implemented to do more and to be stronger. And this is what the report that this Mohawk was going to give. So in 1921, they formulated these movements. So the Treaty 6 movement is nothing new. It's been happening since. But in when they gathered, they came back, and then they had these gatherings, such as Thunderchild Nations gatherings, and then there they declared, in order for this movement to stay alive, they had to be financial donations from each reserve. So in those days, 10 cents was a lot of money. It was 10 cents per capita. 10 cents per capita, 1921, 22. How much would that be today in today's currency? And but the 1930s, depression happened and it killed it, and then after depression, and then there was the war, and then the residential school era, and then we woke up to being status Indians. So we've made from there. Just imagine that most of us remember the era of 1960s, 1950s, 60s, 70s. The latter 60s, people started sobering up. Then the traditional knowledge was being introduced, and a turnaround took place of the traditional knowledge. Made people turn around to be more in line within right of doing things and moving on. And first thing you know, it was more or less. When you get into leadership in a position, you had to be sober, and then from there, there's more control of education. A little more than the academic door opens up a little bit more, and then our people started getting educated in the 80s, and then a turnaround took place. Where there was zero language on some reserves. Once the turnaround took place, and then we had control of doing initiating, changing the curriculum, how it changed our people, how it changed our students, and then how the parents appreciated the language by the child bringing the homework, teaching the parent how to say these words. That's what we sung, and then all of this knowledge again. But to have these institutions and to have this, in order to afford it, yes. What they talked about, our monies, is still controlled by the Indian Act. Now it's going to be a different law under the new legislation, the Financial Management Act. Like they say, in line with the Canadian National Financial Management Act. In line. These were impacts that took place. Then there was, again, post-82, 1990, there was a self-government legislation. Then and then there was Treaty 6. I guess we can call it call to order, treaty order. Beaver Lake, Alan Lehman and my brother Ron and their council, and then the support of their chief circle agreed to take the bull by the horns to call for a Treaty 6 gathering. It led to, these exercises led to another call for another national gathering. Previous to this, in 1982, 83, 84, the attempt was to have a Treaty 1 to 11 organization. It was called, I think you can still, PTNA, Prairie Treaty Nations Alliance. And it was a lot of good documents came out of there because they were done by treaties 1 to 11, and then again they went after funding, and there was no recognition for it, and the national movements were getting more money, more of this Indian monies, you know, going over there. So we became entrapped in that order, fourth order of governance and education, and became limited to be able to in those days. But now today it's a different story. We came a long way ever since the people were able to rise above the fear of authority. Muy ganado, which as soon as cohort skill. That is the true order that exists. Usamo speed station now. Ewan man to busan. Utatos no kami. Ewan speed kia no uta. We man to busan ete. Kia no station no esa que was umpan no que kita puesta chik. Que tan kuyo tawi chik. Octavino. Tamay books kung kita sa OSP kapyo Egisas namati na isino gawin kasi kakanote pa we assume against to tamo hit na si panoy tapos si kakewani kasi na tamakot. Ewana mesa ibo tam na to station now. Eu san member again taachmo. Exe ewana we are XP asota kama tamay we works ko we tamay chik ko tawino. Exe speak sa suene ko. Sa suata me nation to nation with Great Britain. Kaya chogo gagana pa ta gi choke mau. Kaya choke na weta. Muy that's a game me do. El comuma. If say el comuma into a Treaty 6 sumalina, but otato skill el kumalina gagin to gaget na huage gagi Kahatsu Mustaka Wekota, Dance Gitwaka Nana, Okichu Yesu. If say Anmagagi Taboyagan Ma, muitas quan Ispain, to tempting. Uten, Utam Panki way. Nando Gayagaway Tama Ute Mauchi Hawk, Okemau. Amamunya Yasuewin. Capito se inaisinyo tuatame. Ka akita, mutata pue. Viasue kanyo masnaikan tatu viasue snaikan. Indigenous law, Aboriginal law. Ewananma. Ewanan mekte utamitika te utamapata ne ewanan mekte utamapat shoge guligan gekte. Ute uto gigi wena tamuata ki wekrisit tagi ki chug maste mugi weches kontra kita ono gekto. Ekse tansu me mis pai kunte ekumani nanu tangagi mi go ya kumatoskium. How long the work you are to promote to be ongoing now what you saw today. I'm grateful, El Chapataman, if he was the way elders prayed for us. So this circle continues. A circle continues. We got to, again, every time there was legislation, chiefs again gathered. National Treaties 1 to 11. They pass a motion over there how to defend themselves, and then go back to the wheel. It keeps happening that way. Nobody wants to be consistent over here because there's no money. Okay, well, if you look at it as a sovereign. Estamos kanay-naisinyo, egimigo siki way kanaspitanik kupami aski egim aski naisinyo kubmatsit egunyonte tamay boksko umay boksko. So what does that mean today? What it means today, you heard what the word reinvigorate. Not only at the United Nations, no, right at home here. Let's formulate or promote in this perhaps through Treaty 6 of what we want as an agenda for Treaties 1 to 11. That's coming up. Why Treaties 1 to 11? So that we don't only have embers of an international entity, a movement that represents international spirit and intent of relations. A skill chick. Opeta was skilled, the one that came here. And our ancestors made a 50-50 agreement. How else were you going to never run out of anything, this long with a new way of life? So money, finances were explicit in the treaty. So how do we make that a reality today? And this is where our academics will come in. This is where we have to call like a treaty forum and invite our people, our relatives of Treaty 6 territory with the doctorate, with the degrees and the doctorates, PhDs, etc., etc., etc. Let's bring them together. Just like what we did here, same thing. And formulate these societies. We need an urgent society to exist right away. And that's the legal society. We have societies here. We have our warrior circle society that had to hide under certain names, like for us, Bumiwansi. Today we'll call Majanisa. The other ones are cowboy societies, but they're actually the original circles of protectors. So we have those that's still ongoing. We have those societies, sacred circles and sacred ceremonies, where we bring in all our lawyers and form a circle of these elders from these societies. And each lawyer will present their protocol. To formally nestamos kana Nicene Law Society. Tapos pebal kay Nicene Yogite. Kay Nicene Yogite, ikikbix ko noon ako magan. Hey. We are speaking and practicing. Agay asyu, bix ko, agay asyu, utuyasuewe. Magut usi tamaso ako ma kitespute ogama tribal law society kapaspinano. That tribal law society will express the legal, most highest form of international interpretation, whatever language interpretation of the first root of law and governance of the land. Canada, second. Now again, what we're lacking is what exists over here in these organizations. What replaced the Treaty Council and the transition took place in the 80s, 83, 84. Agency Council of Chiefs. And you guys, everybody, the ones that signed adhesion to Fort Pitt, you had your agency, I believe in Onion Lake. What was the other agency? In order to weaken that position, Canadian government again, the ongoing amendments of the Indian Act. In order to qualify for your Indian monies, now you must incorporate. Well, as soon as our leadership heard that, and then the advantage is that you incorporate, you can, well, the rest is history. That's where they went, and then a national, and then international representation, spokespersonship. In the meantime, we never forgot this annual book gatherings that took place here. So, ladies and gentlemen, Wahoma in terms of continuously creating the awareness of why treaty is important. If say it is not a difficult process to remove yourself from Section 74 of the Indian Act and reaffirm custom governance. Each reserve. Give it a 4-year period of transition. This is where we're at, but we're alone. chief and council had no choice but to adopt the executive making decision powers of the Indian Act on behalf of the people of Pondmaker. That's what's in place. And it hasn't worked, and it's not working to this day. It is under the Agayasu translation of their rule of law. And it has, in order to get your money, you have to conform to their rule and their rule of law and processing guidelines. So it has made to attempt and to continue being under custom, but when you're under custom, we are winning. And then under this here governance, governance process, the decision-making powers are the chief and council on behalf of the people. But over here, the chief and council are the mouthpiece for the people. It is by the will of the people what chief and council will express. Big difference. Why the people? The will of the people. But over here is look at the terminology that no one else has, and they're afraid that we will know. To have and to hold. We're the only people that can say that and do anything. And if we ever establish this tribal governance order, tribal governance center, itamu kami. Ki waitan se pita se bagay sili kata hawa kagagete tapay tagete mo na sino. Uteo chegamaski tat ay na sino camino stat. The tribal rule of law to be always paramount, to be bilateral to the good law of the land, the Canadian Constitution. Our order is still under the natural order of our environment. Through our convention, we just reaffirmed the original convention. We don't need a constitution. What these people want, we affirm that and also governance. Just imagine governance over child and family services, the first order. Yes, you have to sign these corporate documents. Hang on. By the people. We are taking this money, this money to remain outside. And here is our law. Here is our law, based under the society. Society. How is it expressed today? That's what the next move is. Always to be paramount over Bill C-92. Always to be paramount. How long? Once that child is in the system, how long does that child belong or remain in there? This long. How long does Canada take care of this institution to make sure that we continuously receive from the Indian monies to be coordinated by Canada. How long? This long. Okay, we need officers in place. Let's gather this Treaty 6 1 to 11, hosted by Treaty 6. In the event the king comes to Canada, there is interest that he wants to meet the Indians, Treaty Indians. Let's gather all the people of Treaty 6, one from each reserve, come to a meeting real quick. Say, Ma, Beaver Lake and Coal Lake, formulate this meeting. Tata wechum mo kapag siya mo kapag date mo dan sige isimegusia. Tata wechum. Let's ask our experts to come and join us over here and address this matter. Let's do it ourselves. Let's invite them over here. Okay, you're working for Canada. All right, come over here then. What do you mean? Well, here we are facilitating this development. You come and learn from it and participate and report to Canada what's taking place. Why not turn the tables around? Because the money is being spent on them. And these are our own experts, and that's how we gain them. Because when it comes to the next order of treaty movement, we're going to be surprised and empty. Because these people that are going to be taking over have been active in various faculties and professions, and also working and functioning for many years, and also some have retired and some are ready for early retirement. I have no fear. I want to repeat. Elder Sparkling Eyes, 1992. How Matese Wonguska Miatanik, Taunamoatanik, Kawiastachik, Kawiastachik, Tansuma, Kitong Kispite. Okay, we were given the mandate. And this is what we have to, I want to recommend that we must do again to Tempe. When there was legislation that was going to be implemented in 1992, and then an order went out to gather as Treaty 6. And our assignment was to have a reaffirmation statement. How we are again repeating what I mentioned. I will mention again our blessing, and then that this fire system will still continue. Will represent that. And it was once again thank you to Coal Lake that sponsored that meeting. So when we signed the when we had the reaffirmation read, translated, ladies and gentlemen, there were, out of the 55 reserves in Treaty 6, 48 signed that instrument. 48. This is what we need to do again. That we need to show the king, because these people that did the research are very serious people. This is the last thing I'm going to say. And nobody's contested them. Nobody has nobody has sued them or came after them legally. But the key sentence is, one of the key sentences is that one of the ways to open the way for Canadian title is the real estate title holders to relinquish theirs. Canada has been gaining ground in this effort, as demonstrated by over 400 bands signing legislation that recognizes Canadian sovereignty and authority. Legislation like Lands Act Management, Governance Act, Education Act, Fiscal Management Act, etc. These are surrender documents. Canada can show the United Nations when Canada is asked to show evidence of their title. So this process, the other word that came out is capitulate. You look that up in your cell phones right now, if they got service, or make note of that word, capitulate. It is a silent language that expresses surrender. If san mama is yaski was taken mama. That truth of Kiewa, a Gatega Boistaman treaty, a Gatega Boistaman inherent rights. Give me go suing that. Give me go suing land, title, resources, have and to hold. You no longer agree to these. You have agreed to what Whitecap Reserve and others are in line to sign on to is a fourth level government, municipal, under the laws of Canada and the province. You'll never have inherent rights or treaty or treaty right to protection of legal or any kind, or constitutional. If that's what Stefan gets on now, so what our process has been to continuously working on how to reinvigorate custom governance. So we're again sovereign. This is where we have an opportunity. Once you're under custom, you're under the original governance as blessed to have sovereignty over the land. Just imagine having sovereignty over the land. 58% of Canada. What covers the land that covers Canada? 58% of treaties 1 to 11. Treaties accept a fair one. Equal rights, equal blessings, equal ways to survive. And how do we survive today? Well, we we start as sovereigns. So one of the key areas to address is economic sovereignty. Basically, those in 2023 2024 expression and translation and also the legality and truth. And then how it can be recognized and there was no. How much is 74 billion? That's all I can say. We're hearing 74 billion. Oh man, that's lots of money. Okay? Just imagine if we take a shoes and the law and justice department in under international rule of law, tribal rule of law, in partnership with international associates, laws, specialists. This is what the government is afraid of. So it was, again, we impress upon economic experts and tribal experts that have studied it and then have this hunger because they realize and they see this opportunity if, and I see no that's when it'll become a reality. Once we have these societies and lodges in place, we need a tribal law office, like a treaty governance center, Treaty 6 governance center. Let it, like what was reported here, like I mentioned to Yesu, Lord Denning said, make sure that your institutions occupy the territory. To express that you are first order. When it comes to business development, first right, first everything. How long? This long. Whatever has been extracted, put into treasury. The Indian money is required with these tribal governments be provided. How long? This long. To put that order in place, the legal order in place. It's more or less you are determining, you are determining the direction and directing that how that order to be exercised. Okay, now if this becomes a reality, if nobody calls treaty order again, if we fail to do that, if this legislation takes effect, then what Sharon Venn and the other international council and experts that have been over there speaking on our behalf will become null. Because we've given the title to Canada. We need a serious gathering, a forum to call order, treaty order again. So let's have another reaffirmation statement to give to the king in the event he comes to Canada. That here are the treaty nations and tribes. Treaty nations and tribes that have not relinquished title with your whatever. So if we make that statement known to him, he has something to go by. He has something to go by when he comes to Canada. He has been invited. And there are others that have good news for us. But we have to leave that up to them to tell us and to them. Mr. Chairman, treaties 1 to 11 movement, there are enough, the assumption was this last meeting in Winnipeg, last gathering in Winnipeg, was an attempt to form this movement of treaties 1 to 11 into an organization. It is 15 years old. It is 15 years old to maintain the original spirit and intent of treaty relations. And you cannot relinquish that fire to transfer it over here to a lesser order. It has to remain as such. So once the word got out, I got calls. We're not supporting that. You tell Eric, national spokesperson, saying, no, we don't support that. We want Eric to continue as the interim spokesperson. To remain. For Fort Edmonton adhesion treaty site. Adhesion treaty site of Treaty 6. Fires are still going. And they were well lit right here at the tiki. And then we have these instruments. And that proof how order was to be addressed and how to be held and exercised. Tapiugi kuma evada state to temtic, muigi by manestuin, piano, no take it on we got we saw. Tapuma gan to temtic guys, and yeah, it's Egisimuski are Niceno and Stamuscania. Thank you. I'm going to pass the microphone to my good friend here, Mustafa for the elders, and he's the holder of the pipe for treaties 1 to 11, AJ Felix.
Thank you. And that's something Nuchagan. Thank you, Eric. Eric is the chief spokesperson, interim chief spokesperson for treaties 1 to 11. He's the holder of that post. Every treaty area, treaty 1 to 11, it has a spokesperson. And I want to encourage, after making that good statement, Nuchagan, after making that statement for our people, to join in the effort with Cold Lake and Beaver Lake. Chief, you're here. I encourage you to involve us in your next meeting. It's a very serious meeting. There's you heard the lawyers talking. You heard them what they're going to do in justice. You know what's going to go on in funding for education. You know what's going to go on in health. They're taking it over. The government is taking it over. It's not our treaty right they're talking about to education. They're not talking about our treaty right to health, as was promised in our treaty. What they're talking about is administration. They're going to turn us into administration programs, not treaty mandatory programs. So with that, I want to thank you, Eric. Chief, you're here. We're offering our services. Every First Nation that has a technician or a leader that is interested in your planning for the planning year, even start start the meeting soon and invite your fellow chiefs and invite technicians. Treaties 1 to 11, not just Treaty 6. Invite them so that we can make a strong case against government because they're out to destroy us. That was it. Thanks, Eric. Aye, Okay. You'll get your meeting, Eric. Yeah, we did that before. We're gonna have to do it again. Yeah, the next item of business is law. And we're gonna talk about something that we did talk about 10 years ago, maybe more. I recall calling our lawyers, our Indian lawyers, and presenting them with eagle feathers. We told them that you are now going to be the law society in Treaty 6. I believe we had 3 of them here today. What it is that we formed. Yes, we need our society, and it's a legal society. And we need to be able to fight for our people. We need a law society, our own people, to protect our people. So I'm going to pass the mic to Chief Lewis. He was here when we were forming that, and we did that ceremonially. And I want to have, this is called a legal ancestral warrior society. Our own laws, our own people. And because we're getting dragged with nothing. We're losing, look at Scott Moe, Saskatchewan. Look at Alberta. Now they're saying we don't own anything. Eh? Did you hear that? They said we don't have any rights to our resources, our land, our animals. We don't have no rights to them. And they're claiming them. And what are we doing in the meantime? We need to do something right away. We need to have a serious response. We have to have a serious response. This is our land. This is our land. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the chief Ma'am Skutan magagi Ma'am Skuta mahpuya suo dapat kista no we suo ne ha. Minaya, we gained something that was promised at treaty. One of those things that we gained was we will gain the cunning of the white man. Yeah. Our children are now lawyers. Our children are now doctors. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to happen. We weren't supposed to be that smart. But we're blessed with knowledge now. What the government, the newcomer's intention was, what his plan is. We even know what the future is going to look like for ourselves. We've already read it. Oh, good. Good afternoon.
Can you get me that smoke up there?
The next topic I'm going to just find a deer within my heart. Struggles that we're facing. And the challenges that lay ahead. Not all of us can afford lawyers, or even us in structures. Speaking on a lot of us, we were not allowed to have lawyers at the time of colonization with the state Anano. So that's where we are right now because of all the legislation, even the Indian Act, 1930 transfer agreement, walk forward with that view. We're not involved. Now we're very fortunate that we have our own people that have gone through further education. It is our hope within each First Nation when we sponsor our students that one time they will come home and serve their nation. Maga, what I'm about to say is something that I had earlier. Bigoma, that the time has come to put a plan in place to counteract what Eric was saying. Maga, I'd like to acknowledge the lawyers that were able to make it today, even at a short notice. I think we had honored about 9, 2012. But I do believe 4 of them are here. Kristen Carlipito, Diego. If you're here, I don't know, Sharon, you're here. Can you come forward? Those sculptures, can you come forward? And Tamara, Istamina. Carolyn, Buffalo, Kristen with Gatsika. Thought she was here earlier. And Loretta Pete Lambert. And I'd like to add on Janice with some stood. Pitama, I'd like to request our visiting elder, Mr. Baptiste, really honored. Uscapios, can you come over in Smuts, please? Igu magay suka hansi magiwe. Kagagi semustamasi. Ogota kawi mamsia na tamawi ako. Kaya ang kapipapili sa kamamiun kisi. Pigok taong kapmayasi. Igo sa kagit maituan. I have finished my 4-year commitment. Now it's time to do some writing with protocol being followed. Maybe once while you're smudging, I'd like to maybe do a personal invitation sponsored by Unrelated Education. September 16th. You're being invited by Unrelated Education at River Creek to talk about the certain things that we're being faced with right now. The morning part, Terry Queenie will be presenting on Crownland sales duty to consultants.
Hey, Rachel.
On that matter,
Robin.
we have made our stand against the Alberta government on the Sovereignty Act. And on the same side, Saskatchewan First Act. We were out the first gate to challenge that bill. When we met the other day, we instructed our lawyers do that, submit that claim to them right now. So we're going to go ahead with that. To make it short, the Saskatchewan government, some of you don't know, they're selling our treaty lands, crown lands, without our knowledge. What we found out, what was happening. We brought that forth to other First Nations, see this is what's happening. We forced the government to stop their crown land sales labels. We asked for a moratorium. Now they have backed off labels. See, these are things we need to start doing, stand our ground. If we don't do anything, they'll go with status quo, and that's why we're losing labels. On the other note, Janice McCocus will be doing a treaty-based funding in education. About that afternoon, Jim O'Cheese, we have been working with him. And that's where the writing will start, with the mountains.
original laws, using our own laws and ceremonies to protect our treaties, sacred landmarks. Most of you have maybe went to the mountains, you'll see certain landmarks. These are things that we need to start bringing forth to the government. This is proof that we're here first. That's our proof, and that's going to be part of our law development. We use this as a foundation to develop our laws to protect our lands, people, and treaty. The foundation is very important. First of all, let's build that foundation. And then the rest, what we're talking about, will come easier. But without any further ado, I'd like you to with the drummers, can you stand by with an honor song, please?
When we first talked about the legal society, when we first started talking about it, yes, we do need one, because people are overriding our decisions. They're making laws for us, and we belong to this land. We are the ones that were given from the Creator a relationship with this land. Kahkyogi wa kuktamak, pumaski, anmanipi, anasni, anamistik, anapisisku, kahkyogi wa isuko, kahmehat, kahkyogi wa tawaskitaskam, minagahkyogi wa atamaskam, egi wa kuktaikawya. We are family to the creation of the Creator, Lord God. And we are trying to be orphaned, and that we are not going to take that. So we're going to use our legal team, our legal society, to save our people. We're losing everything we can't, because that's ours, and we are part of this creation. We were created to be part of this family, and we are still part of this family. How? Now we're reinforcing it with tobacco and prayer sweetgrass. We're reinforcing it. Takiatam Shaw, ladies and gentlemen, you can shake hands with our legal team. Kage Simu, Joshua. Scorpius is praying. Come and stand in a bunch here. Takio. Yeah. Victory song, and then we're going to shake hands with the legal team. Victory song. You may come from this end over here and shake hands. This is a team that's taking on a very powerful role. It's a very important role for our people. Emang si Chicago ye umang stegi way. Emang si Chicago ye but hi ma. Maga tapmat hawasra. That's our role. We need to survive our children and our young people. Look at the mess we're in. Look at the drug addiction we have with our young people. And nobody's really looking after us. Nobody's really looking after our young people.
You know what? I haven't even attended one call this year.
You didn't even go to Onion Lake?
No,
I was
kumagan
busy with meetings and stuff.
kami ko ay AJ yung kaibigan
Doing this because I wanted
istamado
a
ya
bigger audience, a wider audience.
so mo isisip ko ugma ina wa kumagan no
During COVID that one year.
sila susay kami ko stay way tuta stay way ko patina no alista eu vou go ge os caisino o te que sumoche mo sistema agora e não há para não tá caminho tá Kapik squat agora que os caisino stay way então se vamos tá we are sure vamos squat isso não mais Luis, muy rico, se me alma, att snart what skojas, du är svån. Det var min då när det tittar. Jag ser. Och samtidigt det
I usually do it, and I was looking at the chairs when you left.
och jag sa i sweet,
We have 100 chairs that are in here yet.
what skojas att det finns.
And I have the same thing as bunches.
What
Me and
skojas
his wife want the same thing that was happened. Obviously, it's not working.
Sam então apetita sama tudo alma wa skoja naga cita kana naga cita we are swim just saying a few words about today. I was thanking AJ for his knowledge and his words about this process here. What took place a few years ago now in getting the legal people together. You notice the four here are women, and there are some men too that were invited here that time. I remember, but maybe they're busy today. But really thank these warriors of ours, these lady warriors. So we saw something really great today that happened throughout the day this afternoon. We saw these young people, the future generation, dancing in, walking for us all the way from school, all the way to over here, and dancing in these eagle staffs here that they carried all the way from over there on behalf of all of us. We saw that. We saw the elders pray for them, and we heard the singers sing for them. And much like our legal warriors here, that part too is really something great that we saw today. And we owe it all to Ogama Lewis and the people of Onion Lake. Because inside of the Onion Lake Free Nation. So, really, thank you all for your patience and also for Siwatsunwa Mota the Wapatami Alhome Siniki Wakumatano. Same time I want to acknowledge Chief Harry Cardinal here from Saddle Lake Cree Nation. Yes, yes. And I know we're ceremonial people, we're prayer people, that's what we are. In our own way, each of us in our own home fires. So when you go home from here tomorrow, you're going to take some good news home with you, over to your nation, to your community, and to your home fire. Remember this. Pray for the young people that came here today, and pray for our lady warriors here, our legal society that's been honored here today, and the prayer that was said on their behalf. So when you go home, you can remember them in your prayers, in your ceremonies. So I wanted to ask each and every one of you that, to remember that. It's a very great undertaking here that Onion Lake Cree Nation is doing. And these lady warriors, these legal warriors of ours, they have a lot of hard work ahead of them. But I know their hearts are in the right places. They're thinking about the future generations, the ones that we see here this morning, the young people. And many of us have grandchildren, and many of us have great-grandchildren too. And in this room, in here, in this facility, this tent, there might even be some that have great-great-grandchildren. No doubt there might be. But this is, those are the ones that these ladies here are thinking about. Those are the ones that they're going to be looking for. So I thank you for your cooperation, and I thank you for your patience.
Nice to see you.
This is something really great that you're witnessing here today.
I need him in Norway, but he never showed up. And now he's here at the tree meeting. But I guess they talked this morning on the lawyer side. Henry Slouch.
Oh, yeah.
I would have said something different, I'm sure.
It's nice to hear. Nice to
He's a new counsel for Sampson. But before he was in council, I was encouraging him. Couldn't run when he was 18, and I was protesting that. But last time he got in,
it's good. It's good. Well, I tell everyone you go in with hopes and dreams, and then you go up against the system, right?
So I know.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that.
That's a really good point. You do.
There's people here from other areas.
You do. Yeah.
You know that Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation from 88 are here, and no doubt there's people from other treaty territories here. I see Rachel Snow here from treaty number 7, Dakota people from the south.
Okay, you guys got a meeting
So
with us with you?
we're encouraging
You just okay.
other areas to do something similar, because we need all the help that we can get.
Yeah.
So take this good message home.
Yeah.
And encourage your nation,
If I got you guys
your
room,
treaty
room
territories
you guys can be here tomorrow.
to do likewise, so that we can all work together. We can have our own strong legal society.
This is my own.
Within, the treaty 111.
I didn't get paid. I don't listen to her.
So, we want to thank you a lot for that. And already, I think we're going to be doing something similar next year again. And we're going to see if we can get all our legal treaty warriors here at the next treaty gathering.
I was, yes.
Next year here, a year from now.
So today they're just doing it.
So I want to say these few words while we're waiting. We don't want to lose people, so we're going to carry on.
It was nice to meet you.
To the next
You take
agenda
care.
item.
My friend Rachel.
And after the next agenda item, it shouldn't be too long.
Yeah.
We're going to have to open it up for Q&A. But we want to be able to provide the same nation for you people, because I know that some of you come from a long ways.
And yes,
You
also
took
take
time
the-
out of your busy schedules to come over here on a Saturday afternoon. So we really want to thank you a lot. Our next agenda item is going to be Treaties 1 to 11. Eric covered a lot of it already, but I'm going to ask Ogama Lewis, Sharon, and Janice to come on up. And at the same time, I see Chief Jacko here. And I see one of the council from Beaver Lake. I don't know if they're, maybe Chief Jacko will say a few words after the presenter is here. And I know he's very excited, but I know at the same time, it's a very daunting task. It's going to be a lot of work, and he's going to need our help. So I'm sure he's going to want to say a few words. So, how Ogama, Joa, some Treaties 1 to 11. Janice? Okay. So Ogama wants Sharon and Janice to start off, and after they speak, Ogama will say a few words, and then we'll ask Chief Jacko maybe to come up and discuss. Okay. My cousin here, he'll say a few words. He's on the Beaver Lake Council. So I'll turn it over to you, Janice.
You're playing over here. Oh, I ran off with your lighter too, sorry.
Okay. Just background information overview quickly. How we got to where we are now and today with respect to some of the concerns that have already been identified by Eric and Ogama Lewis was in Enoch last year. That was a Treaties 1 to 11 meeting that was co-hosted by Treaty 8 and Enoch. And at the time, some of the discussions that were happening there were around how we were going to formulate and formalize a structure of the Treaties 1 to 11 movement. And the elders that were in attendance listening to the conversations and the discussion were concerned with some of the proposals coming forward with creating an organization for the movement. And they approached Ogama Lewis to host some meetings, specifically to host meetings in Jasper, because there's spiritual significance with the land, the sacred sites in and around Jasper that our elders and our people and chiefs used at the time when the white paper was being proposed. And so they went to that site, they had meetings, they did ceremony, and they came out with a strategy that utilized the foundation of our ceremonies to move forward to fight back against government. And so that was the recommendation that was put forward by the elders. So what Onion Lake had done was we had collaborated with Tsuut'ina Nation to co-host a meeting in Tsuut'ina in January of this year. And because it was winter, we couldn't do the ceremonial piece that was the foundational element of why we were doing this. So what we did was we brought together different presenters and people to talk about how we can create a structure without using an organization. We asked the elders to give their input and feedback around how we organize ourselves, utilizing our own Nihio structures, laws, and governance. Because if we use the same colonial structures, we get the same result. which is where we're at today. So the elders instructed us and were very, they were very, I don't want to say forceful, but they were very vocal in saying we need to utilize our own laws and structures and processes. And when we went to Jasper in May, we spent 2 days in a meeting room talking about these things. But the most important piece that happened were the ceremonies that were taking place on the land and the spiritual element that was happening. And again, the elders reiterated to the leadership that they didn't want an organization. They wanted us to organize ourselves without creating an organization, because we're at where we are today because of organizations like AFN and other entities. So that's kind of how we got to Winnipeg. And so when the three of us presented the outcomes of these 2 meetings that happened in Tsuut'ina and Jasper, Okama Lewis started the presentation with talking about the Sundance Lodge and what he shared today about doing his Sundance for 4 years. And we talked about what the organizing principles were to be around the true spirit and true intent of the treaty. And it was like all of that work and all of those meetings that were done, it was like they fell on deaf ears, because after that, then there was conversations around creating an organization. So that's why I think those of us that were in attendance at that meeting felt like it was a lost opportunity to really talk about some of these key issues that we're presenting to you today about the serious situation that we find ourselves in terms of where the treaties are at. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and I'll get Sharon to add to that.
So just 2 other things that happened at the meeting in Jasper is that the AIA, which is the Allied Iroquois and your Allied Iroquois and something or other Indian. Anyway, and the Anishinaabe. Anyway, they talked about how they've organized themselves to work together without being an incorporated body, and how they were able to achieve that, and they gave that information to the gathering and Jasper, so that we don't have to follow down the corporate structure line. So they've done that, and they gave that information freely at the meeting. So we have that information, right? They gave us information that is available. And the other one that the presentation was the Dene National Chief, and he talked about how the Dene Nation is organized based on their traditional structure of family groupings, and also the traditional meeting times of spring, summer, fall, winter meetings with gatherings. And then they bring information from the 4 directions to those meetings, and then they go back in the 4 directions. And so it's based on a family traditional Dene process of sharing information. And he brought that to the meeting too. So just to let you know that he's also a regional chief for AFN, but because he doesn't appear in the AFN is doing, they always exclude him from the major meetings, and they exclude him from major decisions. So, but he was there at Jasper, and he brought that information forward. So we had a couple of examples of where people are organized and able to go forward that we could build on. And like Janice says, they didn't really want to hear about that in Winnipeg, because they really wanted to set up a corporate structure. They want to have 1 spokesman for Treaty 1, 1 for Treaty 2, 1 for Treaty 3, 1 for Treaty. So actually there would only be 4 or 11 people sitting at the table, and everybody else would be excluded, which is really contrary to the way Treaties 1 to 11 have been organized. Like everybody comes, everybody takes information, and there's nobody who's kind of like sitting up there saying this is the way it is. So that was the difference, and that's why nothing got done in Winnipeg, unfortunately, which is really sad, because we went there with good intentions. There were 4 days of meetings supposed to be, but they never even shared an agenda with us, which is really, like, usually what happens with these gatherings is that we sort of have a broad agenda sent out and people say, okay, well, can we add this, can we add that? That never happened for the Winnipeg meeting. And they just excluded any kind of input from the treaty groups and decided to run it like a Munian way of running meetings. This is the way they sort of think about it. Because the first day they had every grand chief and their dog, I shouldn't say that. Every puppy that had a chance to got to speak. So they had the Assembly of Manitoba chiefs, the vice chief from AFN, they had the regional chiefs from all these different tribal councils, and then they have about 6 organizations in Manitoba, all of them got to speak, all organizations. They never talked aloud, and I don't recall hearing a chief speaking there, but it was all corporate structured processes where they were the ones making those decisions. And so they never talked about treaty at all. So that was a disappointment part about the meeting. And I know that Chief Jocko was there. I don't know if he wants to come up because Chief Jocko and Beaver Lake are going to co-host the next treaties 1 to 11. Because the other thing they were trying to do, I'll just add this briefly, is that there was a big move to try to get rid of Eric Chachuzis as the spokesperson for treaties 1 to 11. And so we had to organize to try to keep him in place because they wanted to put Owen Rickerty in there. But if you remember, Owen Rickerty was the one that brought us to Charlotte Common Court, and he wanted all our nations to be part of the municipality structure of Canada. If you recall that, when he was AFN National Chief, and how can he protect our treaties when he had that idea? So anyway, Eric is still the national spokesperson, which I'm happy about. Right, Eric? Yeah, okay. I'm happy with that. Anyway. So Chief Jocko is going to take up.
Thank you for that. And Gamal Lewis, did you want to say a few words before we turn it over to Chief Jocko and to Leonard? Go ahead.
What I watching tonight, it's pretty hard to organize, especially in the big fours like treaty 1 to 11. No matter what our team talked about is that I wanted to present one purpose. I went over to share my vision going forward. That's using our law scale, law development, and I talked about briefly what we talked about at Jasper. For one thing, just to bring a sense of comfort, I guess. In the past, that's how they were able to defeat the government. When they, especially the 1969 white paper, that's where they went, got killed by the Smutsik. And they came up with the counter offer with the red paper citizen. And furthermore, remember Eliza Harper, when he went to Parliament, just gave what I thought was a feather. That feather was taken to the mountains. They had the elders bless that feather. They gave all of it to them. See, one moment, that's where I'm coming from. He's so powerful. What we are going to be encountering, what we're going to be working on. It's also helping the nations. Remember, when we talk about repealing the Indian what about the nations that don't have their law impact? You're going to be a few municipalities. And this is the whole purpose of initiating again with the law. Well, again, that's all I can say, is I just want to put a focus on creating that foundation to come up. And then by the time when Treaty 111 comes around, and I like to present that foundation again. The invitation to River Creek on the 16th. I'm hoping that you ladies can come. The woman, it's not inclusive. The four ladies that you've seen here, only a few. My God, we have more lawyers out there. And when you go back here, there should be all inclusive. So in essence, you're not only talking about protecting Treaty 6, but across the nation, the Bascano. When I talk about the Constitution, that's something so powerful, and that's why we really need to be careful in and elders how we proceed. So, that's my hope. And so I'd say the chief here will kind of leverage being a co-host along with you and Nate, that you'll be planning meetings and we'll be involved in that. And that'll be my biggest focus to creating that law, that Constitution. Thank you.
Hey, Ogamau, and just wanted to say a word or two before I turn it over to Chief Jacko. And I'll ask my cousin Leonard to come up too to say a few words. Just wanted to let you know that this Treaties 1 to 11 movement has no resources. However, we as Treaties 1 to 11, we do, like Beaver Lake, Sturgeon Lake, Saskatchewan, Poundmaker, different places that technical people come from. I think, first of all, they approach their nation to sponsor them to come to a planning meeting. And that's the way it works. That way the burden is not totally on you. And so just to let you know that, that's the way it's been working from way back when up to today here. So it's a big undertaking, like Ogamau Lewis said. They hosted Nissan. 2 Treaties 1 to 11 was a huge undertaking, but they reached out and they depended on people to come and to help them. So turn it over to you, Chief Jacko.
Atlantic, Hoha. Just want to give thanks for the ones that raised pipes today, the ones that prayer for us. I want to thank the Creator for a beautiful day. I know I was here last year, I was wearing my parka, and I apologize, I should have been here earlier, I was over in Red Deer yesterday, Ochi's, they opened a brand new casino, and that's a part of being sovereign, is economic stability, You're going to be truly sovereign, you gotta look after your people wherever they are and whatnot. So when there's talks about stepping out of the Indian Act, there has to be something to look after our people, from health, education. Addictions runs very wild in our country, and we didn't create all this. So if they're talking about stepping out of the Indian Act, they got to give us something back to look after our people. And when you talk about treaty, it just seems like our people are divided and all over. Different groups are doing whatnot and everything. But how do we come together, unite as one? I had my disagreements with organization before. I went to AFN and flipped out, I guess you can say. Is that the only way to get my words heard? Go over there and yell around and make a big noise? In Saskatchewan, they're moving ahead with these critical minerals. There's 23 critical minerals in Saskatchewan, so there are 31. So that's why they're trying to move fast with the consultation progress. Maybe that's why FSIN, they did a statement of claim. They're scared what's going to happen. They're going to go after our minerals, but yet we don't get a piece of it. I know in Alberta, they took $17 trillion out of our lands, but what did us First Nations get? We got nothing, right? There's lots of stuff that's wrong with the whole process. dealing with a racist government, I'll just say it, right? We shouldn't be struggling in our own lands. We should have all the needs. We have, housing. We should have housing. It's sad when you see our people sleeping on the streets underneath benches in the city. Well, where can you go when you can't go home? And then when a person runs addictions, do we really give up on the person? There's still a treaty person in the end. Right? You need facilities, detox treatment centers, and the Métis. They're trying to claim all our land there. I got comments, I spoke up at the AFN, talked against the Métis. Now you even got death threats over there, right? I didn't feel right, but I'm not one afraid to speak. That's what my people have put me here for, to speak for the betterment of my people. Not only my people, all treaty people. So I was just wondering how we come together. We talk about organizations, talk about going to court, but I'm hesitant about going to court too. That system's not ours. And they really listen to us. Our brothers up north, they went to court, the Dene, the Paulette case. We had interest in our lands. We didn't give up anything. We didn't cede or surrender. There's nothing in our language that says that. AJ, thanks for the talks. He's setting me up with some talks with the economic development of the states people down there. I went down there and I was surprised at what they got. They get a lot of money. They get a part of that tax money is generated from their territory. You know what they do with their money? They give the people back 2/3 of the money, and they invest 1/3 back into economic development and whatnot. There's no welfare or whatnot, there's addictions there. They're still struggling. I wish we can bring that back here. But then again, you got to go back to court. They say the NRTA is tied to the Constitution. But really, do we have anything to say in that Constitution? How much was done before 1961, before we got get legal? The creation of the NRTA, creation of Alberta, Saskatchewan. My people were considered a rebel band back there in 1905. We didn't consent to all of this. And we're still fighting for our lands here in Saskatchewan. But yet the provinces can sell crown land. You got a lot of claims in place. It's just frustrating. Now talk about bands, they have to take over these claims. Individuals can't take them over anymore. So councils out there, they gotta start listening to the people when you talk about class actions and whatnot. We have a nice country back there. We still have a nice lake. Even though we're in little Fort McMurray with all the oil and everything. And we shouldn't be struggling in our own lands. With what resources comes out there. We should be at the table. It doesn't sit right with me when they treat immigrants way better than us. I thought I was having getting a good relationship there with Mark Miller. I had a good conversation with an AFN. We sat aside there for about a good half hour, had a good talk. Little Agnew, a week later, he shipped up the cabinet. I thought I was making progress. Now he's a part of immigration. But who looks after our best interest, right? I don't like it when our people come home in boxes. That's the only way our people come home. I wish I could do more for them. I don't like hearing when our people freeze. It hurts me inside. It's hard, our jobs, the demand, people ask us every day, Samba, Samba, Samba. Well, what happens if that money really runs out, the fiat money? Those things happen like in Greece, right? We have all this money in the bank, we only can take out so much. And we've got to start looking at food sovereignty. Inflation's going too high. Like, a lot of us can't even eat steaks no more. There's a lot of wasted energy out there. We can do our greenhouses, we can feed our own people. The economic development opportunities there. It's hard. You can't close the doors. No, we're still here, but how do we make the betterment of our people for everybody? You know, that Canada, they thrive off our milk and honey from our lands. But what is our say, right? We say we're scared to protest. Well, yet this law hasn't been tested yet. No, but yet somebody can go to court just by hiking, you know, critical infrastructure. That highway is critical infrastructure. Even this river, you know, our highways. This is a nice area too. I went to the Métis Crossing. It'd be nice if we had a center here like that, you know, a school even. It's hard. Even when people come into the Indian Act system and whatnot, the chief and council, you don't really even know the history. Sometimes it takes years just to learn and catch up. The policy's still driving through and everything. So, you know, I invite everybody across Turtle Island to come to Cold Lake. I'm glad I'm hosting with Beaver Lake. You know, where I supported them in some actions about the cumulative effects. That's what everybody just cares about is economics. Our environment is hurting. We have all these acts and everything, and it seems like they're ignoring them. Species at Risk Act. We signed with Canada. Saskatchewan was signed, but Alberta didn't want to sign because they already leased out all their land. If they sign on, they'll be liable for a lot of money. Unfortunately, we got to go to court to challenge all these. But I'm hesitant about going to court, like I said, over there in Saskatoon, because it's not our court. Would they really listen to us? It's all about filling that empty box, section 35. Maybe the Constitution really has to be looked at. Is are we Aboriginal? When we talk about identity, who we really are? Are we Canadian, Albertan, Saskatchewan? No. I know who I am. I'm Dene. I know where I come from. I'm not going to forget that. And if I can pass that on, if all of us can pass that on to the younger generations, that's what I'm scared for. It's for the ones yet to come. And what are we leaving behind? I don't want to be that chief that's, you know, oh, they're that chief that sold out. But we got to learn to get together. Quit criticizing one another. We didn't create all this stuff. Even climate change. You know, maybe that foot of the plow should be challenged too. Talking about putting all that carbon in our ground. But little our people know this carbon is going to go in underneath our reserve. It's called pore space. So we should challenge that. We didn't create all this yet, but we're looked at to find solutions. So this is the time we can get what we really want. Can't back down. I heard jokes about neck bones, but it's times we have to have a backbone. I'll start to stand up. Don't be as scared. Okay? You want to put me in jail? Okay, you're going to give me free rent. You're going to feed me free food. Hey, maybe you'll educate me while I'm there too. It doesn't sit right with me, you know, when our people go to jail. Costs $130,000 to house an inmate. Why can't that money follow that person when they get out to the better the needs of the individual, whatever he wants? So I know I can go on forever, but I'm honored and humbled here to speak on behalf of my people. And I stand here united with you to fight the better fight. Masti.
Mi stavim llegando nas como estava não não estou te segura como muito é que vamos cair para me bate quando não me vamos como escola mas eu preciso como que essa a senhora não mas estou mal muito é não mas nas mal me não gota como muito te visto
I just like to thank everybody for supporting this activity that we're talking about. Us too, right now in Beaver Lake, we're I was sent here to represent some of our people from the nation. And before we left, well, we had a conversation with them, and he said the only way that we can come through with this is if we all get together, stand united, be strong, to fight with this government. I know my Nistas, Ron, I know he's in full support. I know he does a lot of work for us, and we try and support him too from our nation as much as we can when he does his travel. And I'm just so, this is something really new for me to be here and speak in front of a lot of people that have more knowledge than I do. I thank you all. And I know some of the things that Okamau Taco here was talking about. We've talked about some of them things that in our community to start out planning. We've sat already and we talked with Okamau layman already too with the Treaty 1 to 11 gathering that's happening in Cold Lake. And I know with a lot of you, with your support, it will be a success. We will get somewhere with this talks that are happening right now and that are with the government that is not really complying. So, Muganis is coming ang gabi squad, bagong nasong tanaw, kakyo muta, ipatnig ni stoke, kapibig squad, abscess. Nasong tanaw, ay.
Hi, Atame and Nisas. So at this point, I believe we've said what we have to say about treaties 1 to 11, and like we said, and what Okamau encourages that the planning should start soon. And what happened in Winnipeg should never happen because they didn't include other people in the planning. I asked Eric if they invited him, and they didn't. And he's the spokesperson for treaties 1 to 11.
I asked them to speak and they wouldn't allow me.
And I asked AJ, did they invite you? And they hadn't. So that's the strangest treaties 1 to 11 I ever attended in a while. So I think we can do better. And I think with all the help of the nations here, we'll make it a successful gathering in Cold Lake. Very beautiful place. We're gonna have it at the Treaty Grounds. So they're gonna have to do a little bit of work, maybe get a level area. We're gonna need a tent, probably 3 times as big as this, or if not bigger, 2 or 3 times as big as this. And other facilities, so a lot of work ahead. So with that, thank you, Chief Jacko, Okamau, and Lisa. Say hi. Thank you very much. So we only have 2 agenda items left. So is it okay, Vern, to leave those till tomorrow morning? Maybe what we can do now is we'll open up for Q&A. We have the lawyers that are still here, and I think some of the people, the participants, the delegates, and wanted to ask questions of some of the lawyers that have come here to this gathering. So maybe we can do that at this point. Sorry, I'm not calling a break. If I call a break, we're gonna lose everybody. I know that. Sturgeon Lake, are you gonna be here tomorrow? In the morning. We're gonna try to wrap up by noon, so. Okay, so is it okay if we do that part in the morning when you're still fresh? Okay, all right. All right, so I'm asking our legal team, our Ancestral Warrior Society to come on up. I believe there's going to be questions asked of you and maybe encouragement by knowledge holders that are out there. So we'll open up the floor for discussion. I know some of you had your hands up, you wanted to ask some questions, so the floor is open now. We have a mic here, so. And we would encourage you to state your name, the nation you're from. We're assuming a lot of you are from Treaty 6, but in the case of Sturgeon Lake, they're from Treaty 8. And there might be others from other treaty territories here. I know Rachel is here from Treaty 7. So just state your name and your nation, your treaty territory. Okay.
So not to sit too close to the rest of the here. I'm just gonna sit down on the ground, make sure my words are connected with yours. So, Danse everyone. First of all, Inanaskuntin Nadalina. I'm thankful to the Creator and everyone here, Kioao, who's gathering here today, as well as our pipe holders and elders who raised the pipe for us this morning and said our prayers for us this morning to ensure that our gathering and everyone here today goes home as well in good spirits. Thank you for raising me as well, Ben. Namoya, Yue Win, Upseas Mana, but with that, Minote Nahilian, so I'm going to try my best. Aiden Abraham, Sidason, Misto Mitana, Yakasa, Yakaski, 23 years old. I don't know how you would say that in Cree, so let's go us up. And yeah, a lot of the discussion here today, I've been here before with Broadway School. I'm here representing Ike Sagaganek, or I'm here, under them. Or I came under my own accord, and I'm from Broadway because I'm like a lot of you, or a lot of our young people were lost on our treaties and what it means to be an Indian or an Ahio, because like you four were saying this morning, and I didn't even understand myself until I was able to fully come here, that the Indian Act is what protects us statutory Indians. And that was pretty incredible knowledge to come and receive that, so I'm thankful that I was able to come out here today. And a lot of the discussion that has been going on as well with the constitutions and the bills that are going to be going into place and that type of stuff. It's scary to say the least, but with that, we can't really worry about what the future holds, and we can't really hold regrets about the past. All we have is the blessings that we're given right now. So that's why I want to give you guys a plea of just remembering that each day is a new blessing, and to remember to live in the now and to stay true to your word as well, because it was, a lot of you may know him, but Bruce Lee, who said, don't speak negatively about yourself or other people, for your body doesn't know the difference, and so too does the universe. So, and with that, our words, our thoughts actually become our words become our actions become our habits, and our habits determine our character, which also determines our destiny. So, Lao Tzu, the great Chinese philosopher, said that. But with that, I just wanted to say that I was blessed enough to be within the post-secondary education system for a little bit. So I wanted to ask, for those young people who have came up and walked in here, I'm not too sure if they're still around or not, but for those young people, I've written it down. What discourse of action would one that is going into post-secondary, or what discourse of action would one going into post-secondary should take, and what kind of classes or demand is there in this battle against, the Canadian Constitution, or this battle that is ongoing. I don't want to say fight, because fight implicates physical altercation. And we don't need that to be able to stand up for our rights. It's up to us to use diplomacy as well as our teachings and our traditions that are within all of us, within our heart, our body, our soul, and our mind, that all fall under the great medicine wheel. So it's just what kind of classes or demand is there in this battle? Like, do we need lawyers? Do we need doctors and that type of stuff? And then on top of with regard to economic sovereignty that Chief Jacko was talking about, because when I was in university, economics defined is the management of land, resources, and its people, aka staffing. How is it that we as bands and as a nation can begin to build on that idea of economic sovereignty? Not only in that, but in extension as an individual on the individual level to support our own economic sovereignty, other than the regular discussion of trying to build systems to put into place to build our economic sovereignty. What can we do on the day-to-day basis to build and support that idea? Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I'm gonna ask one of the ladies here to comment on that, and thank you for your comments. Really appreciate it. And I know the Bruce Lee you were talking about is the karate guy, huh? Or kung fu guy. Because there is a Bruce Lee in Hermanston.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw him not too long ago. But, and of course, Sun Tzu, that's Eric's cook. Okay, ladies.
I just want to address the issue of going to university. The most important thing to know about going to university, and it applies to everybody here, is that when you go into university, what they try to do is they try to change your way of thinking. And they try to make you conform to the way they do things. And they want you to write papers the way they want the papers to be written. And so I approached university as a game. I know what they want, I'll give them what they want, but that doesn't mean that I accept it. And that's how I survived. And I remember I told the dean of the law school one time that the law school was the greatest brainwashing mechanism that the white people have developed against our people. Because they try to make us think that our laws, that we don't have laws. And that their laws are more important than our laws. And so you always have to be really grounded in who you are, because you have to withstand it. And most of the time you will be the only Indian in the class, regardless of that we've been going to school for a long time. In a lot of the classes that you take at university, you are the only Indian in the room. And so the other people don't understand you at all. And it's best not to fight with them. I don't really fight with them. I just sort of go, yeah, okay, whatever. Because I know who I am. I don't need them to tell me. And I just carry on. And I need this piece of paper at the end of the day. But what I do with that paper is my decision. So, you know, like when I got called to the bar, I didn't swear an oath to uphold the laws of Canada or the provinces. What I did is I said I undertook to uphold the Queen's, the relationship with the Queen, which to me was the treaty. Although they didn't ask me. They didn't ask me what does it mean. And I don't know what they thought I was saying. I knew what I was saying, and they said that was okay. But so you just have to find your own way through the process. There's a lot of people who have been through it now who can help you. Like we can help you because we've been there. And I help a lot of students at university now. Like they call me and they're really upset about different things. And I say, well, you know, here's what you could do to keep alive who you are. Because you know who you are. Keep that alive, but get through the process. Because it's just a process. It's like learning how to screw a screw into the wall. That's all you're doing. You can do it one way or you can do it another way, but there's, you know, but that's what you're doing at university. So when people say to you, your people say go to university, they have to know that there's a lot of barriers to our people. Still is to this day. So I encourage our young people to go, but know that. Because I remember, and the last thing I'll say, Eric's dad, the late John Beatrice, he said to me one time, he said, you know, and your grandfather, my grandfather, and him, they used to talk, and he said that we used to think, in the future when we have our own lawyers, it's going to be easier, our work will be easier. And he said, that's not what happened. He said, you guys are going to law school, you're coming out of there, and you're making more work for us. Because you're bringing all these white laws into our communities, you're not helping us. He said, you have to think like the way we think, because now you're more dangerous to us than before. So you don't want to be more dangerous to your people than white people. So you have to always remember that our people know more about things than you know and will ever know. So I think that's an important thing to remember when you come out, because a lot of our people come out of university and think that our people don't know anything, and they try to impose their white view on our people, which causes a lot of trouble, honestly. I mean, everybody's probably experienced that in the communities. They come out of university and they think they know everything, and they don't know anything because they forgot who they are, and that's really dangerous. So we always have to keep that in the back of our mind, not to become a dangerous person. Eric's dad used to always say to me, are you still an Indian? I go, yeah, I am. And he says, I'll decide if you're still an Indian. I go, okay.
I think just what Shannon was talking about, I feel like I've been incredibly blessed to have parents that were really hammered home the importance of being grounded and raising my brother and I to be proud to be Cree, and always emphasized to us that first we had to be grounded in who we were. It was our responsibility to come back and help our people and our community and our nation, and not to create more discord with thinking that having an education meant that we were better than anybody else, because it didn't. And even though we have these papers, it doesn't mean anything, because at the end of the day, when we're with and amongst our people, having a PhD or having, however many degrees, really, it helps us in the white world, but with and amongst our people, we're still who we are. And one thing that I studied in 4 different universities across the country. And my parents, we were lucky that we had parents that could do this, because I realized not everybody did. They would fly us home to sweat. Every summer we would either fast or we were immersed and grounded in ceremony. And they made us talk to the elders in our community to ground us, to remind us why we were going to school. We weren't going to school for ourselves. we were going to school for the community and the nation. And that's the difference, I think, with Muñoz people that go to school. It's a very individualistic thing, and it's about achieving success. For us, it's about what can we gain within the system to help our own people, but without losing who we are. And that's the challenge. And so I think what helped, like myself personally, was being mentored and working alongside elders simultaneously while also going to school, because that was the grounding thing. I was also learning Cree law, Cree worldview, Cree philosophy, while also going to university. And I remember, I don't know, Sharon, if you remember this, but I had just come out of law school a couple years out, and you're thinking, what is the point of getting all this education and what am I supposed to do with it? And Sharon was telling me, it was actually one of the first times that I had met her, and she said, you're gonna be doing this for your whole life. It's a good thing that you're young now, because this whole treaty fight that we're in is going to be for until you're in your 70s. Like it's gonna be your whole life. And I didn't understand it back then, but I do now, because that's what it is. And so I think for young people, it's really important to be grounded in the culture, the language, the ceremonies, and for the elders that come from the communities to mentor the young people to do that, because it is hard when you get to university. You are one of the only Native people in those classes, and there's times when you don't want to be there because it's so indoctrinating, and it's just a very violent, toxic environment that you're learning in the heart of colonialism.
Well, I had my late adopted dad was our Miskatchewan. He said to me in a ceremony, oh goodness, it was about maybe 1999, 2000. It was, well, I just got accepted into law school. Then I had also come across Sharon Van too in the research paper that I was doing. And I would say at that point, my experience was a dehumanizing one. You know, because all I witnessed was their perspectives about us. And so unfortunately, I did do a lot of arguing with them in the classrooms, and then, but it was the words that my dad had said to me in that ceremony, and he said, well, you know, you can really happy you're going into law school, I'm proud of you. You have to remember that your people and your culture come first. And that's how he put it to me, and that's how I kept it in my heart throughout my experience. And yeah, I can't add any more to that, but I work at a college in the West Coast, but I really like to come home. Hint, hint. I'm ready to come home. But I work at a college, and we're actually implementing the prevention of genocide into the entire longhouse, because they have their traditions over there, and we're developing a framework for the prevention of the education framework based on the laws of those people from that land. And so yeah, I think, you know, we could have our experience validated and told from our perspective would be really nice, I think, for students coming in. But the reality is that most post-secondary institutions will tell you that the humanizing version.
Thank you. And before I pass it over to the next gentleman, another thing also, I totally agree with what they're saying, because I'm not a bad writer. I've written a lot of documents, and a lot of times I see some documents that I had written 20, 30 years ago. But that's the reason why we do that, so that it can be used to help our people. But one time when I was in school, I prepared a paper which I thought was pretty darn good, but I didn't get along with the instructor. I didn't get along with him. I didn't agree with what he said about our people. We're just not on the same page. He didn't like me. I didn't like him either. I wrote my paper, and he gave me a C. So I took that paper and I took it to some other teachers. They said if I had this document, I would give it the highest rating. So you're going to run into that. You don't like what you say, but do the best that you can. Go ahead. Turn it over to.
Thank you. My name is Wapiho. That means white owl. And I got a couple of questions for the legal team here. But I really wanted to ask the ladies, the women, the clan mothers, they're the real law. But today I want to conform, I want to play, work with the team, work with everybody. Because what I'm about to tell you, some of you will be pissed off. But I didn't come here to make friends, I come here to tell the truth. When I first, oh yeah, Mr. Wiskawaisi, Ministikwan, Cree Nation. We're done north of here, about 60 miles. But I live in North Battleford. I rock the boat too much, so I don't live at home. I do research, and I'll give you a couple examples. I found out my reserve is not my community is not a reserve. Where was FSIN? Where was AFN? There's a lot of things that they've done to my reserve, and I have a right to be mad because nobody knows our history. I'm one of the only few that know that history, that my reserve is not a treaty reserve. It wasn't signed. A lot of lawyers make money helping my band. It really ticks me right off to stand here. I used to come here from the 80s, tribing people, elders, and I sat with them. And I'm going to ask these girls a question, but I wanted to explain a little bit about myself, about what I see. A lot of you, I said, for example, how do you word it? A lot of the prophecies that we were told as elders, by the elders, Utingigan, Iwiswitso Huihuk, Moniawak, Utina. Utina is Tabatigawik, Katawiki. Do you know that's happening today? The forest fires that you hear, the forest fires that are going on, it's not a conspiracy, it's true. And I'm not trying to scare anybody, it's the truth. They're destroying Hawaii. There's 2,500 children missing. Where are they? Government's not going to answer that question. Northwest Territories, there's fire. The homes, a lot of people lost homes. We're next. We're going to be on that list. And that's why I said, it has to be said. And I don't know if the lawyers can answer that. Because I have two questions here that are personal, but I wanted to share that with you before I go home. It's not a conspiracy that they're trying to take your land. They're gonna, if you don't stick together. I had qualms working with this treaty gathering, but I feel I have to. We work with numbers. Let's work together. Let's talk together. In Beaver Lake, I want to go raise my concerns there, because if the government wins, we're all going to be in the cities, 15-minute cities. Every pole has a camera. They never had cameras before. Every city you go, you drive in, you'll see cameras. That's a smart city. Remember a few years ago, in 2020, they created a COVID hoax. FSIN supported that, gave our reserves money. Our chief of council got money to give you. Should we take that needle? I never took it. My family never took it. We never took the needle. When are we going to tell the truth about what's going on? And I'm telling these guys that it's hard to be here and go against the grain, isn't it? But somebody has to. If I stand alone, I'll do it. I've been doing it. I sit with white people, you know, the truck convoy. I was there. White men are telling me they're losing the fight too. Farmers, you know what a farmer did? They did to a farmer? They took his grain, told him to burn it. Told all this grain to burn the grain so he don't sell it. They'll give him more money. They destroyed all the fertilizer so they can't grow. We're going to have food shortage. We were worried about that. We were worried about this long ago. So, Quikiwitan, let's go back to the red road. Let's go back to the red road. See, this road that we're on, it's a corporate road. We're standing on a corporate road. I don't want to be there. My name is Wapiuho, not Sydney Chief. It's just plastic. And they give me that name. And they use that name to make money. And I can go on for hours, like they said, to share some of my concerns. But my reserve, now the question to the girls, lawyers, my reserve is not a reserve. And how do you deal with that? In this, we're not even in the real law. This is not real law today. It's maritime law. This is what it's called. We're dealing in the maritime law. It's like we're in a ship. Citizenship, membership. Every time we talk, we're talking about a law that's not ours. It's their law, their history. Where's our history? Where's our culture? It's not here. They're not going to tell. They destroyed the culture. So, my question, there's only 3 families that are sovereign. I am a sovereign because I'm not treaty. I'm not a treaty Indian. My ancestors never took the treaty. If you look up Minnestickwin, remember, second question is UNTRIP. Canada is giving United Nations Canada, our land, our treaties. That's another question. Full of heavy, where Canada knows corporations are going down, so they're giving the land to United Nations. So United Nations is going to take over. And it's the truth. I'm not kidding. I learned some of this from the white man, because they're concerned. So that's what I'm saying. They may not answer today, but I'll leave it here so that this can be answered. How are you gonna help us? I'm asking everybody. So, because we're not treaty, maybe we're helping you. Because we're one of the only remaining sovereign people. If they don't take us down, they're offering us a lot of things right now. If they win,
Oh, I don't think that really requires an answer. It's a statement. Next question. Linda? Over here. Oh, okay. Okay, Linda will be next.
Yes.
Hi. That's authentic. They are having a shot now. Where they're studying where I can see about Baka. Every about the cookie way. Evan Scotta, Stayman Scotta, Degota, Musky. Evan made a Pascara Bowen. Evan Scotta. I know that doesn't authentic. Hotel Magari. Why is the way for every treaty? But they have to get että kun ottaa hieman seheu, vaan ottaa hienoa. Mitä oikein siihen kasvuksen? Kasvuksen päin johon siihen moo. He ottaa aina kuitenkin hapatsen. He ottaa hännekin ostaa siitä, he ottaa hapattaa. Eikin kato ehittämään kohtaa. Hamma. Medicine tästä siihen kattiin. Vuoden saakeen 27. Ja tähän ei ole siis katteen ei asti. Ei vaan matskottaa meikottamassa ja ohe. Eikottaa meikottaa puhutaan skottaa tapata. Tapatsi haa, keikottaa hakao. Hatehtoo heistä kaahasta kohti keapit seikottaa. Peiknata ehteen niikin. Stessen lioo. Että kaikki kato että tätä teki ostna. Mä kohta hohtsee vain hohtsaaja. Kauette vaikka kun edestä viitsa. Mitä on? Vielä pahta muka niitä johteena, mutta kun eskaukut takastuu sihtaukin suhe niitä. Ei kun tehtaa pataakin. Hän muuttaa maskiikin kamannus ottaminen. Ei voi meilläkään paskeja nimeä, oli paskeja kan. Ei voi tammeita, ei voi tuohon tapattaa. Ei voi tuohon tapattaa, koko mitään. Tässä on kihissä kankia. Kauhi noin kaakin, hän on sun takas matapskoa ajan. Koko. Ei se ole kaiken. Tapassa kuonna vaikka on. Eikö ne ole voiko pääpä sihtään aina. Itse ei nuhtau. Sitten vuodikis sohoke kuahko maailman noho. Maaka. Kauhe kun jäljistä passa kuonna tapas sihtään aika on. Kasohsen on. Sitten veterikano. Tai semmoista takoja. Otehan töissä paskaa, kun teko sohsouden päällä. Eikö tahmattaa pattaakin hevon nimet sihiä. Pattako maailma koko kotiin. Ase. Mä kun annoin. Mä
tehikanes sokia mamoa kamata oke tehtävä so espestaaga taskeda mak kanatan kesikatama Teivät lähetti vai kun näin pahkat sekoittaa syötteen vähän hakkiaapa tahoa. Mä soitin ajana no. Ja se pois ei tavata kun tuo temppi. Voi vasko tuo pahinga vihta kohtaa. Apistaa kissakaan tuo kokevee. Ei ihan ja pojat. Ota hinna päästä. I know Donald Child and Anya Lake had a meeting in Saskatoon about the medicine test. At that time, one of the treaty counselors, one of the treaty lawyers, I don't know who it was, had told them before the meeting was over, don't sign any don't sign any those federal and provincial Saskatchewan so they told them that don't sign anything, don't sign nothing. So when they came back, Onion Lake signed. And if you sign that you sign your medicine test. You sign it away. If you sign it for the province, or if you sign it with the federal. We are a federal organization, that's good. But don't sign it, Saskatchewan. Except for something serious about the go. If you are a woman is the same way, they would do it, the Passover Gamina. Passover cow. They want the Passover must hit you. I get there, but I get it in hours. I get there. Apatista mitään oikeastaan. En saanut tehdä ai.
Hey, Linda's next. Over there in the back. Linda, raise your hand, Linda.
Niistä katamskaan jo. Mä näen monomaan annostaan taakseotetaksen ja taskimaan ote iskas hitaamikin tosiaan. Ei sentänä ja pamaton niistä isitoskamaan. Nichiwagan minä apituli käpet atet joao. Senaa tansili sigasot. Tinisutin taskina igio kumagano Stanley Arcani isigasot Eric and Ron Virginia Stanley Sinagi with taskima aboard is language now. There was a big treaty meeting in Cold Lake. Chief Blackman hosted a very big, beautiful treaty conference, and we were there. I have a lot of pictures of people that were there that were given to him. Maybe some of them are your relatives, I don't know. But I have a whole lot of pictures that were taken there that were given to him. Igomina, there was another treaty gathering in Edmonton in '92, I believe it was. The Governor General Ray Matishin was there. They gave us pictures and minutes and stuff like that of that meeting. We always attended treaty meetings, and I still do that today because I love my treaty. I have children, grandchildren, chapans, and all my other relatives from Alexander First Nation and the rest of the people there. A couple of questions, I guess, I wanted to ask. I don't need an answer today, but in time, you know, why was the AFN established and what year? And we know that they work with the. So the next question I have is, what can be done? Of course, it could turn out to be a big battle, but what can be done to dismantle the AFN? I don't need an answer now, but in time, I guess, you know. Because I don't believe in the AFN, you know. We've always said they don't speak for me. And another one is, you know, the government throws these legislations at us, and another one is the status Indian, with, I call them the Canada card, those status cards they give us. Because to me, they're not treaty cards. Some people address them as that, but me, I call them the Canada card. Now, I was born treaty, and I'll die treaty. You know, that's who I am. My parents are treaty, and I'm gonna go forward with that forever until I leave this world. No Canadian government is gonna change that I am treaty Indian. I'll stand my ground forever. Thank you very much for listening. Hey, come on.
If you don't mind, I'll answer the first question. I'm not gonna answer the second question. I haven't thought about it, but this is a while ago. In 1978 and 1979, Noel Starblanket was the president of the National Union Brotherhood. And Noel Starblanket was from Treaty 4. And what we did is we created what they called a joint working group between the National Union Brotherhood and the federal cabinet. So all the major cabinet members, Treasury Board, Finance, Indian Affairs, Health, the big players, the assistant, Prime Minister, and all these people were on this committee. And what was this committee just doing is that Noel had been directed by the chiefs to find out what happened to that money from 1912, when Canada took the money out of our treaty trust accounts. These are not trust accounts that are now, people talk about trust accounts under Indian Affairs. These are treaty trust accounts that were underneath the Crown. And these were held by the Governor General, under the Governor General, and people could ask for money from that monies that were there for our treaty peoples. And in 1912, Canada emptied those accounts and put those monies into the consolidated revenue on the promise to the Governor General that they would return those monies to the Indians when they got back on their feet, because Canada was near bankruptcy. And so they never did. So the Joint National Indian Brotherhood Cabinet Committee meeting those meetings were designed to look at what happened to those trust accounts, how the monies could be returned to those trust accounts. And when we were doing the work, Canada suddenly realized that we would probably bankrupt Canada if we recreated those or put the money back in the trust accounts, because the trust accounts are still there. These are not the ones that are under the Indian Affairs. These are the ones under the Governor General. Those are still there. And all of a sudden, Canada came to the table and said, the National Indian Brotherhood, you don't have the mandate to be looking at this issue. It needs to be the chiefs of the nations across the country who should be sitting in an organization or organized together to ask for those treaty trust the accounting of those monies. And so that's how come they created the Assembly of First Nations. And it was supposed to be a national spokesperson. There was never an intention to have a national chief. But what happened was when they created AFN in Kelowna in 1982, what Canada did is almost immediately dumped a whole bunch of money into Penticton. Sorry, you're right, Penticton. I was there at Penticton. Yeah, somewhere in the Okanagan. Anyway, Canada dumped a bunch of money into AFN. I think it was $6 million that they would be involved in the discussions of the Constitution. which undermined our court case in London. But anyway, that's how the AFN was started, and that's why it was started. But AFN never took up the issue, and they've never taken it up to this day. What happened to those monies from our treaty trust accounts? And how come Canada is not putting money into our treaty trust accounts? Because before Canada was created in 1867, this is the last thing I'll say. I found a document in the archives in London. Canada had requested that these monies before 1867 be transferred to Canada. And there was a document written in the British cabinet that said that they would not transfer these monies to Canada because they didn't trust the Canadians. So somehow or other Canada managed to get their hands on the monies in 1912. Basically because they lied to the Governor General. They said that the monies were the railway to Churchill. And once the railway was built, they would put the money back, which they never did. So that's how come AFN got created. How we can get rid of AFN now, that's another long story about what we could do. Sabotage comes to mind, but anyway, that's another.
Okay, I believe, sorry, Chief Jocko, I know you have your hand up.
Hi there, my name is Kendrick Reagan. I'm from Samson Cree Nation, but I also reside in Kihiwan, but I'm not to those boundaries. So all of Treaty Swantua and all of Canada. And I'd like to say thank you to all my relations for showing up today. This really means a lot to us, and I'm sure all of the facilitators and the elders that lifted the pipe today, thank you so much. So, going through what we were talking about and what was discussed, just a couple things that we can probably start at, and it's not really much of a question. So, we have to tie our traditional lands, traditional customs to everything that we're doing to them. So everything that I was kind of looking at myself, this is all just groundwork too, mind you. It's not something that I'm paid by the band to do or anything like that. I'm just putting out my own good heart and coming out here. I don't do this often. I'm not one to stand at these things, but I thought I'd give it a shot today. But so pretty well we have to manage our own data overall, kind of looks like. So that's going to be from elders, the treaty elders before September 4th, 1951. Technicians, environmentalists, programmers, tech support, translators, lawyers, filmmakers, teachers, language, procurement, so that we can actually value the things that we're using. And then a mapping application that we're actually in Kihiwan consultation. We did work alongside Sharon then as well. She came and did a community presentation for us to talk about what it is the NRTA stands for informed consent. And I can't thank you enough for that, Sharon, thank you. Going forward, these are just the positions that would be needed, it kind of sounds like. And then it all goes into research and development, data collection management, better legality, communication packages, increasing curriculum, traditional language is always a must, and tangibility to resources. So we have to know what we're missing out on, what we're actually losing out on. So I actually did do a presentation for our elders in Kihiwan community from September 31st to the 1st last week, a couple weeks ago, sorry. And from there, the idea is we have to map out these areas now. And that's what it sounds like at the end of the day on what our respected lawyers are talking about is we have to map it out. We have to make it tangible. We have to make sure that the government, because we have to be reminded too that the government is a state and it's the Crown that we made the agreement with. So before we start signing any agreements with Canada or anything, we should be able to say that this is how much we're going to be losing on, let's say they want to come and do another pipeline, for example. And then, I'm sorry, I'm not as coordinated as I ought to be. But going forward, this kind of sounds like the gist of it. And then all of this from researching to legality, it all plays into if we can create committees, you know, and then from there governance and all with respect to our treaty and intent. So we're not making it colonial. We have to try and put it into something that we understand as First Nations. And I like that, your words on that being a university. It is true. You have to dive deep into a colonial world in order to be able to sit and stand at their institutions or in their workshops, or to be seen as equal. And the true power today was that young man, Aiden Abraham, grandson to Mel Abraham. For him to speak that language so fluently and so confidently, that's the power. That's the intent of the treaty, is what I'm getting to understand. Is when you can have those conversations with elders, and that you can admit that you're wrong, that things aren't going as they ought to be. And I always like to point at Rachel too in a lot of the things that I talk about, because you were my definite mentor in a lot of the things that I've learned today too. So I'm always looking at her work, and I'm always making sure that if whatever I'm saying reflects that what she's teaching. And overall, if we can get this down pat, I'm doing the groundwork too, and I'm not going to stop. I'm going for my leadership and management with Blue Quills, my degree, and then I'll also go into Masters of Governance, so you'll be seeing this brown face everywhere. But the overall part of it is the treaties and everything that it's coming down to at the end of the day. We're stringent on time, and that's the overall truth, is our elders aren't getting any younger, and they keep saying the same thing. And now it's our sole duty and obligation to make all that information tangible for them to be able to bring this information forward to the government of Canada and put it on a piece of paper, because that's how they work. So if we can put all of our traditional land territories, our medicines, where we hunt, fish, gather, and then we increase the curriculum that way for our education, because it all ties together, how we are moving, it's all process and procedure. So when we can get these things down packed, when we can understand that each nation is different and really build on their capacity, that we're not all the same, that we should be respected individually too. I understand that we're a collective, but Kikiwan is different from, let's say, Kikina, and vice versa. And I understand that I get some people shaking their heads at me today. I'm not a know-it-all. I'm not. I wish I was, and then that way we wouldn't be in this situation. Yeah, but going forward, the question would be, why are you guys doing this?
What's going on? How are you feeling?
Yeah. It's really to just give me insight too, because like what we all speak about is we're pretty well lost at some points in our lives too, and we get lost along the way, being in university, having families, you know, just everyday life gets in the way too. And I like to be reminded why people do their positions and why they're in them. It's an honest answer, and I'm sorry it's not up to everybody's liking, but
I was gonna say, hello? Okay. My first response to your question was, why are you doing this? Because we were told to. No. No, I think like for me personally, it's for the future generations. Like I think about my son and his children, and that's the same sort of mindset that our ancestors used when they entered into treaty for us. They thought about us in the future, and that's why they put certain things in the treaty. So for me, I do this work from the heart, for the future, for the children, so that we have something left for them.
thank you.
Well, why do I do this in particular? Well, I'm going to be a great grandmother, and so it's for them first. But I also do it because, my family, the birth is not here anymore. And, that's all I'll say about it. That's why I undertook a study on genocide. And, there was a lot I didn't understand when I went into it either. So I understand a lot more. And, yeah, so I would say I do it because I have a lot of love. And I think that, I don't want to see, people in sorrow and pain. Because I think that's what I've witnessed as a younger person, not totally young anymore, but as a younger person, that's what I've witnessed my entire life.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, Chief Jacko has been waiting for a while, and then Hukama wants to say a little bit. Oh. Just give us a second, Mary.
Yeah, thanks, the young man, for asking such a difficult question. Why are you doing this? But I guess the answer should have been directed to me. Why am I doing this? I got the pipe ceremony starting from the beginning. I did the sweat, the treaty sweat. And when I lifted up my pipe with emotion, I thanked the forefathers that negotiated on these very grounds 147 years ago. I thank them for having reached the day their foresight, their prayers had prevailed. And now exactly that's what I pray for in advance. 147 years from now, I want your grandchildren, your children to get the same benefits and recognition as we are today. We need to do something now, because we are at a crossroads now. The government's not going to wait, and we need legal. It's something different maybe when a lawyer gets trained and educated under the Canadian. Some of them have to sign an allegiance with them, meaning that they have to kind of work with them, what they want. But you heard Sharon, when she went to school, that's outside of that. That's outside of that. So she doesn't really have to abide by Canada under their vision. If somebody did that, did that, But it's very important to get yourself grounded, like what Janet said. Very important to understand who you are, the strength, because you are very powerful and unique in your own way, right? And the balance is very important. What my late dad told me, I practiced that before he passed on. He told me one important message: find the balance in life, my son. He said, go to school. Go to school. Know their ways. But most important of all, I give you my word. So the balance needs to be there. And something that I never talk about is the education. What my dad had told me. I went for my B.Ed and I got my B.Ed. And I went further. I went for my master's and I got my master's. This is something I never talk about. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mary.
I just have a question. Chief Jacko here, and I'll pass it to Mary. I just want to thank the young man to get enough to have the courage to ask questions, No questions are stupid, especially when you're leading the government or anything, It's just getting the courage up there to speak, because I was there once. I used to be shaken, but I'm getting a little bit better about it. But I just want to go back to my cousin, Mr. Chief there. His words, You know, it kind of causes division in my community too. You know, about signing, did we sign, did we enter, adhesion. So that's my question. Because, you know, it's kind of hard for me being a chief, going to a meeting, you know, and having certain individuals come up, elders, you know, undermining what we say, even undermining what we say when we meet with other communities. So I just want to get the word in straight, you know, do we sign, do we enter, adhesion? That's all. That's my question. Merci.
Before we turn it over to Mary, was Mary going to say? Before turn it over to you, I just want to clarify something here that my brother Eric said. Fort Pitt and adhesion, it is not. The treaty, because of the size of the treaty territory, it was signed and entered into in Fort Carlton, and then the second part of it was here in Fort Pitt. It's not an adhesion. After all of this, all the others are adhesions. I just want to clarify that. Go ahead, Mary.
I'd like to thank these surrounding members from here coming, listening to. I'd like to thank the ceremonies that took place were very, very powerful. I'd like to thank everybody up in the front there, the lawyers. We are the ones that need our people educated like we have. We can't go backwards like our ancestors. We had no lawyers, no nothing to represent us. But now that we are well educated in different reservations that I know, just go at it strong with your heart, your mind, good. Everything will take place. And I'd like to thank the elders also. They are the knowledge keepers of this land. They are the ones that brought us all back here. Like one time the elder told me, your blood never dies. And I believe that. My future generations, I'll be still alive through them. But the things that's happening on each reserve, like my chief here, I know he's having hard times. It's because the council do not know their treaty rights and whatnot. And the signing of different people, the government papers are being signed. It's not the membership's fault. They are being fooled. Look at the lands, the resources that we've lost over the years. And now us, we are no longer members of this land like we should be. There's roadblocks that keep us away from our territorial areas. No trespassing everywhere we go. The hunting, the fishing, everything. The climate change is for real. Look at the animals that the fires took this season. Right across the country from the territories. We are the people of this land and we should protect our land. The shortage of housing. Now the governments are crying. Look at all the trees that burned right across the country. What are we gonna do about it? The chief and the council should talk about the environment, about what are we going to do about our animals, our vegetations, our medicines. We need them. We need to educate the young people about it. And now it's being destroyed, as all the elders before me had said, you are going to see this. What's going to happen? The fires, the disasters that happen all over the world. And it's happened. And people are struggling. But we don't know what's coming forth. The elders that said at that time will be falling on the road, nowhere to go. We were the immigrants from nowhere. Where we go, we have no place to go but just our little reserves. And are we going to suffer? Our young people will have to protect our lands every day from this day on till next year till things start growing up. The hunting seasons that happen to the governments that, there's no animals out there. There are future markets out there, wild animals, the fish, that everything that I'm speaking of. So today, the elders know what we talk about. I know because I was a child. I spoke two languages. I always said Dene and Cree. And I pick up Cree really fast. Coming from as a child, I'm a survivor of residential school. And I remember everything that happens way back as a child. And don't forget, I'm a survivor. We're all survivors, the ones that went to residential school. But our elders are our top priority people to look up to. I just want to thank you very much.
I must be told, you know where we can go? We can move to India and open up gas stations and hotels. There's an elder here, Mrs. Putler.
Hey. We stopped in the beach while I'm making this. I'll not from the Sika, some maybe a week, some saw still at the hoops, well, the whole city is stuck 36. If you feel pretty go, Yanni school by Nanya, like I went to school here for 10 years in a residential school. My parents are from here. My both they reached you on 3 before. If they would show me a talk there, except they thought the mother at least an animal that to come and listen to the 3D. We try and go to as many meetings as we can. My family here, my son, this was just 1.5 scene. My late parents were Charlie Quinney and Mary Cecile Quinney. Japan Masawas one visita, so he was a signatory to Treaty 6. We still take the visita, so the Mosong Pankamawa Tika visita, so you're going to just quick the other say. Isto mo te nantotaman, it would know higher the history of the China way. Kaya sumira till speaks Magoya treaties. Nobody spoke to them about us as we were growing up. It was about when they started to try and teach children about their treaty rights in a classroom. Nobody knew their treaties. Even our young people are trying so hard to understand what their treaties are. And the next thing we know is everybody is a treaty person. Even Monia or Bristow, we had their treaty people, they teach it.
So what made me think right now is I'm listening. Yeah, no, our ancestors, everything was unwritten. What they will must like that. Everything they Chinawe, they statistic. We are all people. If nothing was written down. We are everything is written down. When these treaties were signed, yeah, no, our treaties are written down. We see them on the list. But now when I think about these Muniawa, what are their treaty rights? Where are they written down? Is there a document that shows, any document where it shows us what their treaty rights were at the time when the treaties were signed? You must make that baby. That really made me think today. Yeah, no, our laws are unwritten, way. But he goes, must make that if our ancestors didn't read and write. Now, I'm going to be mystic. They were taught by, that's our teacher, our language. It teaches us too. Everything is written down. That's why I have that question. How come their treaty rights are not written down at the time of the signing of our treaties? Is there any document where it shows the people what their treaty rights are? They seem to make them up as they go along. Keep that in mind when you're doing your research. Make them think. They have no right to our resources here. Our ancestors, they they come from other lands. Our languages. That's why we are on the money. Wait. And if one of the friends stop that, make them understand that. If I asked my late husband, they went to court, they got me selling cigarettes on our reserve. They know we have treaty rights yet. Mama, where you can, deal with other nations. We stay on, he tested that on our reserve. And our own Indian person went and told on them when they brought with undercover agent into our house. So that's how they were taught. They went to court, but the government couldn't do anything to them. They, when they went to court, they used our pipe, our pipe, Bible, that. They got a big fine at jail sentence, which they didn't even have to go. They believed in their rights. Around here, it's such real rich history. Our treaties were not honored. We have to believe that strong. You know, that's why we're still here, East and we're protected. Gustavo, you know, no, it's now again, the Hayat. Mostly thanks like that, the Tagopiano, the Moshi House, the Wahuma and Lord.
We have two more. We're gonna, there's a lady in the back over there from Kihua. But we were just talking, Vern and I, on moving to India and opening up gas stations. Vern's gonna become the mayor of New Delhi. Only in Canada that can happen. They come here, they start running our country. And then Sharon will become the Minister of Indian Affairs. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Ezra Bursma. Some people call me Mildred. Most people call me Ezra. My mother was Julia Kihua, Julia John, and my dad was George John from Kihua. Sometimes he's called George Kihua. And he did work Stan Daniels a long time, over 10 years. My mom and dad had a good, sometimes in the younger years they were when they're young you argue. But when my dad worked in Stan Daniels in prison, teaching the, when they come out of 20 years penitentiary, and you have to talk to them so they can be good citizens when they get out of prison. So for 10 years, he would go to work Monday to Friday, and then he would come home with my dad, come to my dad. My mom. My dad died in '97, and my mom, he lived. She died last year, June. Last June. I took care. I went to school as a computer technician. I fix computers, I make websites. I understand the number machine language, right? So I'm a computers. Maybe because it's easier to deal with people. To deal with, machines are, you just command them and they do it. Anyway, I took care. I had to not work because my mom was getting old, and it seems to me nobody wanted to take care of her. She grew old, and I watched her grow old. I took care of her. For 7 years, I took care of my mom. She was an elder, and she died in almost 85 years old. So I took care. I know how to take care of elders, right? I learned to, to take care of elders. I have one question. But first, at the same time, I was a previous counselor and publicist. So I was there 20 years. And but at the same time, I was taking care of my mom. And at the same time, I was doing politics. But I was more into the taking care of the website, taking care of the website. It seems to me natives, they grew more passive. What I mean is, yes, sir, I'll do that. Excuse me, like that. That's how we become, and that's how you lost your treaty. You're losing your treaties because you just don't have enough ink yet. 1876, it was on this ground that they made treaties. It was on this ground that they made treaties. And why is it, and we're back again. Again, they had no choice. They were being corralled, right? They were being corralled to try to sign that. You sign that right now, or else we're going to kill your families. We're going to take you. You know? That's why the treaty was signed. It doesn't, just because we have treaties doesn't mean we're natives. I mean, it doesn't become us. The treaties wasn't native. You know what I mean? That it's a paper. You know, it doesn't. When I wake up in the morning, I'm still a native. I lost my Cree language. I was 7 years old. I just spoke Cree. I didn't know English. When I went to child welfare 2 years, my mom tried to take me for trying to cry. Every month she was to go to child welfare all the time and beg me to her children to come home. But by the time when 2 years came, I didn't talk Cree. But to this day, when I look at myself in the mirror, I'm still a native. You know? And when I walk in a room, that it seems to me, hey, she's a spy. You know, and she's when I stayed home for 7 years, right? I took care of my mom. I loved my mom. I still miss my mom. So not too long ago, I went to court. And I don't want to tell you why I went to court. Anyway, and there was these three rowdy bunch, right? There was two native guys, and one she's about 30 years old. And I went to St. Paul's court, and then you know when you go to court, you have to go through a machine to make sure you don't have no guns or anything like that. And then me trying to be just nice, to be like a white person, and I'm going to go in there, right? And then these three rowdy bunch come in, and that guy says, "Geez," and then he's opening the door. "Geez, I'm gonna have to take off my shorts," and they have to look at my evidence. And that woman said, "I know, that's where all the evidence is." Anyway, I should have told that joke. Anyway, they weren't afraid of the cops. That's what the thing about these native people in Saddle Lake, I always find Saddle Lakers kind of unique, right? Because they have that persona of, they weren't just afraid. That's how natives were before the treaties were signed. They might come into your reserves. They're already probably doing that. They just walk in and take your children. They'll come in. I was raised as a Christian. I was raised as a Christian. It wasn't no choice of mine, but my mom raised me as a Christian. And my dad was a medicine man. I walked two worlds, but at the end, I trusted God more. One time, I'm sorry I'm taking so long. When I was 16 years old, I was lost in Edmonton. I was 16. It was -30. And I got lost. And what is a 16-year-old supposed to do when it's -30? I walk through the streets and I'm getting cold and I'm getting cold. You know, I was getting cold. I didn't know what to do. I was knocking and nobody's going to open that door for you. Not a native girl. See, native girls nowadays are being taken. you know, because chief and council don't warn their young girls, you know, they have to do something about that too, you know, make a little society to protect your girls, your woman, you know.
Excuse me, cousin, can you ask your question?
Oh, yeah, okay, my question
The
is.
food is here. Yeah.
My question is, why isn't there a spokesperson at United Nations? You know, why is it, I mean, why isn't there a little group or some society or whatever, you know? If Canada is not listening to your treaties, how come you're not, you know, go a little step further? So, and, one time, not too long ago, they were asking why there's nobody representing Native people here. That's what the Israel people are asking. You know, why isn't there no, you know? That's my question.
Oh, I can answer it along with Sharon here. We do have representatives at the UN, Sharon, myself. I'm the president of the International Indian Treaty Council, and we do work at the UN. So, and I didn't recognize you, cousin.
Okay.
Hey, thank
yes,
you.
Yes.
Excellent. We have one more speaker, and then we're gonna close it for the day. Maybe after Willard, whatever he has to say, maybe he can, I don't know who they're getting to pray for the food. Ako si Swate naman itong lagi mo sa mabon. Yeah, these ladies are pretty tough up here. It's hot. They've been sitting here for a couple hours in the sun here. So go ahead on Manto.
Yeah. Muy bien. Ibe profession ja. Elders who stay in the field, to child when I was a kid. When I was a kid, elders in the child. Yeah, that's the most one about the treaties. Yeah, that's that. Don't take it face, but the one that they're special. I'm not a smart person. I only went up to grade 2. I don't even write. So, I should have stayed down the elders used to say that the signing of when the first time the white man found Canada, they said, all right, there's people living there, we have to get rid of them. Okay. What they did, brought a whole bunch of sick blankets. Everybody got sick, smallpox or whatever. Then after that, it came, we have to get rid of their buffalo. They live off the buffalo. We'll starve them, then they'll give us land. So they kill our buffalo. Then they continued. They make residential schools. We'll knock that 3 out of them. We'll make them talk English. So, like that. They'll never quit. The government will never quit until he gets our land. He's after our land. We're losing it. We're losing it. And then it happened. One elder told me that, I don't know if it's true or not, but he told me they used to get a plow and a cow help from the government. Then they were looked after. One old man there, he had 50 head of cattle. They had no other cattle. Then all of a sudden the government left them. White men started coming in to buy cows next to nothing. Hauling them out. Then they had no more plow, no more farming to do. So that continued on. Another thing, in our treaties, we're not allowed to drink. The government said give them drinks. Let them go crazy and lazy. Sure enough, I was right there when they first allowed liquor to the Indian people. I was 18 years old. Yes, we went crazy. I had a team when I was just a young guy. I sold them. My uncle sold all his wraps. Just a drink. That continued years and years. Sure enough, everybody went down. Then continued. The government will never quit. Now, today, what does he do? We've got to have a license to carry a gun when we go hunting. If we don't have the license, they'll take our gun away. Now, I heard they're going to take the vehicle away too. You got to get that permit, gun license, they call it. I had it, but some years ago I didn't pay for it anymore. Because I was sick. I thought I was already going to last anyway. But anyway, that continues. They're getting worse out there. They're waiting for the Indians. Take your guns out, take your guns out. In our treaty rights, we had guns. In our treaties, we had cells given to us. That was our treaty right. When they signed the treaty, the government had told the Indian people, you can hunt anywhere in Canada. You can fish anywhere in Canada. The mountains I don't want. That's yours. All I want is some land, plow for my people. That's what elders used to tell me. If they were wrong, I'm wrong too. But that's the way it was. And then, slowly, government wants everything from us. And one thing I always wonder, how can the government rewrite the treaty? The treaty we have written, how come it's powerful? It's powerful, that treaty. See, we got picked up here a few years ago, selling meat to an undercover agent. I'll admit it. But that undercover agent used to come in and he said, oh, his mom and dad are poor, living in the bush, they like moose meat. Can I get some from you? Sure. Then you give us a few dollars, and you said, here, some money for yourself and your gas. So we took it. With a few of us. Then we went to court in Lloyd. Oh, and man, thousands and thousands of dollars fine. Then our lawyer took it to a Battle court, I think. The last court anyway, we went to Regina court. Then he said, all right, if I don't win here, I'm going to use this court. Geneva, I think he called it Geneva court. That's what I'm going to use. So they talked, the judges, 3 of them. Didn't take too long, the judges come back. All charges were dropped. See, our treaties are powerful out there. We can win. Powerful. Here, they're doing this government out here we got. What he's doing now, trying to take away even our farmland, our fur block. He's trying to take that away too. He already did. And he said, you got to get license from the government. Trapper's license. Then you're write a test. I don't write. He said, where do I go to write that? He said, tell the farmers out here. Why? I'm better trappers than them. I've trapped all my life. Now, all we can get is reserve license, trapper's license. That's all we get. What the government is doing, slowly taking away everything from us. He's got thousands of refugees waiting out there. They need land. He's going to bring them here. He's going to make our land black. And us living in maybe in the Muscat. But there's a lot of things I could say. A lot of things that elders used to tell me years and years. A lot of elders. They used to talk about the treaty. One elder had said the time the signing of the treaty, this Indian that had made the deal with the Irish government, we're going to smoke this pipe first before. Whatever you promised me will never be broken. like the waters and the sun and the grass and all that, I guess, as long as they're here, these treaties will never be broken. The smoke of this pipe is going to go to the Creator. He's going to look after us. Sure enough, still, Creator is looking after us right now, but we're slowly slipping away, slipping away, slipping away. We're going to lose our lands yet if we don't be careful. Our young generation, our young chiefs, our counselors, they don't know the treaty battle when it was signed and everything. You got to think about that. You got to think about that. Where are we going? We're going to, few years time, if your lawyers don't fight for our treaty rights, we're going to lose it. We're going to be living in maybe along the river here, I don't know. But we're going to lose it. The government is fighting to take our treaties away. And I talked to one guy, a white guy. He was telling me, he said, I heard you guys bought some more land up north. I told him I don't know nothing about it. I don't want to know anything. He said, you guys shouldn't be buying land. Canada is your land. It's up to you guys for to give the white man where to live. You guys got the order. This is your land. He said, why didn't you guys fight? You guys were warriors. Fight. You know what the government is doing? He said, stepping on your treaties. Stepping on your treaties. First thing you know, you're going to pay for the school. You're going to pay for the hospital. Your leadership ain't doing nothing. They're not doing anything. Fight, fight, fight. You'll win. The reason why I tell you this, he said, I was married to an Indian woman. I got 2 daughters. They're treating. I'm fighting for them. A white guy telling me this. You guys can win with your treaties. Your treaties are powerful. That's what he told me. I got lots more to say, but I'm holding up a meal here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Hi, Naman. We have one more. Loretta is going to just say a few words of acknowledgement to all the hard work of the ladies. Hi, Naman.
Okay, thank you. Nanas muni stute gaspitan kapeta hute kita me pentutaman about treaty. And the thing about a treaty is, my grandkids funny, what's your kukum teaching of the day? The other day, treaties, you know. And I told them, you know, treaties are very sacred. They're based on promises, based on spirituality. People did these in ceremonies and the day. They sat there with a pipe and they believed what they said was true at that moment when they had ceremony. And I was so proud to be able to say that to my grandkids. And they sat there, and every morning I drive them to school and they have, oh, what's the kukum teaching of the day? So I was so proud to be able to say that because I knew I was coming, I don't know how I think at their school they had a little function about treaties. And that's what they asked me about. But I want you to acknowledge that these women here have a really tremendous task, you know, a treaty warriors, and legal warriors. In court for children, for families, for criminal people that do make mistakes. I always promote sentencing circles. Not to be put in jail, but there's a way that you can help these people. That's the kind of work I do. But these women that are sitting here are protecting our treaties, and they're going to be there. Someday they might ask me to help them, but that's the different kind of work I do. Maka, 10 years ago, ni student gipetutyan. Nakinigo yan, an eagle feather, and I was accepted into the society of Nehio, you know, Ganun Gestamakwe, and I'm part of that too. But I just do it in a different venue. And I'm really glad also to acknowledge, you know, Okimau Lewis. He's always an inspiration to me because he is an educator too. Nista, I was used to be a teacher, now I'm a lawyer. And you know, it's getting up to that age, but I really love the work I do. And Ron too, for the kind of work he's doing. And it seems like this is an international role that he plays too, and those are really important roles. Mga kisto at your grassroots level will say, kisto about school maya, you know, tell your grandchildren about the treaties and tell them how sacred it was. We believe that those were absolutely binding promises. Okay, so thank you again for allowing me to speak, and I really appreciate coming here again. And I also know Vern. Vern is our hard worker in the background, and I've worked with Vern before. Thank you.
Okay, that brings our agenda to a close, and Elder Whitstone is going to be praying for us for the meal. So I believe they've given her protocol. I say one of the elders I worked with when I was working at Onion Lake. Got some good jokes too. Oh. Hey, thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, Elder. You only got we say. Yeah, oh, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Go ahead there, elders. Max, go ahead. And there might be some elder that is not as spry as we used to be. Maybe some of the young people can help us out. So we stand adjourned for today. We are just having a recess till tomorrow morning. And we only actually have 1.5 presentations. The one on the Confederacy, I don't think will take too long, but the one on the Treaty Alliances is the important one. Not that Confederacy is not important, but it just won't take long to report on what's happening on that side. And now the Treaty Alliance is going to be the main discussion for tomorrow. So have a good evening. And